I can't be taken as standard. Can you take that as like that it will go? See, any person who has, sorry sir, sorry. Yeah, please. Okay, I hope it will work. So any person who has at least having that, I mean, you can take this way, the measurements of those children who are going to the public schools, elite schools. So what the, I mean, do they have, they will have the good measurements, good heights and good weights also. Can we take these measurements as our no standards? Even WHO has to think in this way only. So can it take that as the standards? Earlier that was happened. Earlier 2010 before that only was happened. So what they have done is we were having the NCHS. Now I mean, what is that? NCHS standards, National Center for Health Statistics, those standards and Harvard standards were there. So then what has happened? Those standards were of the children who have been formula fed in America. Okay, so then we at India, we will be giving more, I mean, breastfeeding to the children. We know that breastfeeding is a normative model. But anyway, we are comparing our children with those who are formula fed, and every time we are saying that our children are, I mean, nutritionally bad. So then the debate has come, and then WHO was entered into this, and they have done one study by name, I mean, multi-centric growth reference study, MGRS study. In that, what they have taken, 6 countries they have taken, and they have taken 2 developing, 2 developed, and 2 underdeveloped countries, Ghana and this one, Brazil and Norway and USA are the developed countries. Brazil and India is developing, and Ghana and Women as the underdeveloped countries. These countries they have taken, and they have recruited 20,000 mothers. They have not measured the children as it is. They have recruited the mothers, and then after recruiting, they were asked to follow all these breastfeeding practices which have been submitted, which have been recommended by WHO. Early registration, minimal 4 to 5, 100 tablets, institutional delivery, all these things. So then those children, after their delivery, those children were followed up for at least for 6 years. From 1996 to 2005, they are followed up. They had a huge data. So then those results were being, and then when generally what will happen is, if at all the children who are born in America, they will be having good height, weights. Those who are born in women and all African countries, they will be shorter. But that was totally disproved. Wherever they have born, given the optimal start in the life, means optimal start in the life means these are all the things. What are they? Early registration, these things. If they are given, all are being given the optimal start in the life, they will have the same chances of same potentiality to develop to their genetical makeup. And then there will be differences, like say 1-to-1 difference may be there, like Ghana 1 child and America 1 child, there will be differences. But when you take the average of Ghana and when you take the average of America and when you take the average in India, that no difference has been seen. So now that has proved that the new standards prove that difference in the child's growth up to the age of 5 years are more influenced by the nutrition and feeding practices rather than the ethnicity. Okay, so then that was, then the WHO has given us in 2006, so that was packed up, that study was packed up, and then 2008, those results have been given as the standards. So okay, so now the standards are of not the breast, are the breastfed standards? Yes. And the next one, earlier these standards are Harvard and all, they are using only the we were having 5 grades then. Those who have seen the, our growth charts or ICDS earlier, we were having 5 grades. Now we are having only 3, severe, moderate and normal, and a unisex. Then the standards are only having only one, unisex. It's not boys and girls separate, was not there. Now the standards are we are having for boys and girls separately. And then what we're using is used as a percent of standard is for the undernutrition. Means when the child is there, the weight will be recorded as percent of standard. 60% weight is less. Like that, that was doing. Now we are using as a Z scores. When you come to this, standards are done. Okay, go to this. This was what we are doing. We used to take the percent of standard. Suppose our babies are 4 kilos, standard will be 8 kilos. What is the percent of it? 50%. Okay, now, so that 50% was used and the baby was, what is that, classified as severe or severely undernutrition. Okay, that we were doing. Now what we are doing, we are using the Z scores. Okay, what is the formula for Z scores? Observed means our data minus the standard. Whose data is this standard? WHO data, and standard deviation of the standard. Standard deviation also is being calculated for the what is that WHO standards, and that is being classified. These Z scores are being classified as considering this as the median, 0 as the median, towards this way -1, -2, -3 as the negative side, +1, +2, +3 as the positive side. When you see this one, yeah, see, this is considered as less than -3 SD. All will be severely undernourished. It can be the wasting, it can be the stunting, or it can be the underweight also, weight for age also. And between -3 SD and -2 SD is considered as moderate. And more than 2 SD, -2 SD are considered as normal. So this is the present classification what we are doing. This is a chart that WHO shown us. This example I told you. So less than minus this one will be minus SAM or something, whatever the case is. Between these two, it will be the -2 is this moderate one, and this is normal. This is not the only the normal. I will tell you the overweight and obesity also there. I will tell you the next one. Okay, so when you take this one, this is the normal change. So -1 SD, somewhat thinner, this is considered as, it's okay, normal. Suppose we got when you compare with, like, I can say like this. Suppose an exam is done, 100 for, we have given an exam for 100 marks. All will get 100 marks? No. Some will get 80 marks. It's okay. Up to pass means 60%, first class. So this is up to first class. It's okay. 60% first class, it's okay. Not all will not be getting the 100 marks. No, this first class, this is up to first class. This is up to the second class. 60 to 40% also, that is considered as even pass only. And between these two, this is the moderately undernourished. And beyond this, it will be severely undernourished. Okay, so that way will go. And then when you take these what indices, you know this what is underweight, weight for age. Next one, stunting, height for age, and wasting is the acute malnutrition. What is wasting? Weight for height. And among these three, which is a very, very, easily accessible, easily countable one. This is a wasting. So it's an acute one that, any small seasonal change in the community that affects to the children. So their weight will be reduced. Height will be reduced? No, the weight will be reduced. So the weight to the given height will be reduced. One, suppose now 20% of the children are having wasting. So if you had a small episode of diarrhea or seasonal diarrhea in the community, so then what happens? This 20% will make up to 30% by the next month itself, because their weights will be decreased. Stunting will be increased? No, stunting will not go. Stunting is a skeletal structure. No, that will not go. So this acute malnutrition, that is what is known as wasting, will be triggered if with a single small diarrhea or the seasonal change in the community. But in case of this one, stunting, this is a chronic one, that takes years. It's a height for age. So height, no, can you expect the height to be reduced by a single episode of diarrhea? It never. But on prolonged, not having the food in a proper way, the height will be reduced. Like, see, when you take your parents, all of your parents will be shorter than you, maximum, because their availability of the food was less by that time. But you people now, your availability is better than those. Now we are somewhat taller to them. Even mine also. So that is actually the stunting. That takes not in months, I can say years also. That generations that takes to clear the stunting in the community. Okay, so like that, when you take the underweight, it will give you the overall undernutrition. So I will skip this. So this is the thing. So minus 3 SD, it will be severe for height, weight for age, and everything. This is minus 2 and minus 3, it will be moderate, and others will be normal. That is for the under 5-year children. When you come to the adolescent school age children, what actually we are doing is, we will be not taking the height and weight alone, we will be calculating the BMI. Why to calculate the BMI? Because they will be under growth spurt. Their height and weight will be very fast, they will be growing. That's why our standards, WHO standards are available for the BMIs. Okay, you will be calculating the BMI, the ratio of the body structure, and then using these, age and sex specific BMI Z scores, you will be calculating the same thinness. But here, the same way, as I am shown you, the less than minus 3 SD will be a severe thinness, minus 3 SD to minus 2 SD is a moderate, and more than minus 2 SD will be the normal. Okay, like that we'll go for the school age and adolescents. Okay, next one we'll go for the adults. Classification for the adults. For adults, what we do, what actually we'll be doing, we'll be taking the BMI. There is no age at all. For less than 20 years children only, we'll be having we need to have the age when you want to analyze your data. For the adults, there is no need to have the age, but anyway, this BMI will be calculated like this. Less than 18.5 will be in CAD, normal will be 18.5 to 25, and 25 to 30 it's overweight and obese. And this is a WHO classification. What about this? Have you seen Asian cutoffs, Kabibi? What is the difference between these two? Why? It's okay, lower is seen. Why? Because more of fat, exactly. Good, very good, ma. See, this Asian cutoffs, see, whenever you see all these classifications, what you will see is more the BMI, when there is increase in the BMI, there is tendency to have the more fat in the body. Okay, 18.5 lesser fat, 25 lesser fat, 25 to 30, it will be having more fat like this. But as we are the Indians, we have a particular gene which disposes more fat in your body to be deposited. That's why, especially in the abdominal area, that's why we have the fat which is equal to 25 BMI for the Caucasians, Europeans, and we have that particular fat at the 23 itself. See, the Caucasian population, European population, the percent of fat they had at the BMI level of 25, we the Indians are having at the BMI level of 23 itself, because of the genetic modifications, our genetic structure, I can say. So that's why, Asian Indians, we have the normal will be up to 23 only. Beyond 23, it will be considered 23 to 27.5, it's considered overweight and obese. Okay, so, but where to use these classifications? Can we use our classifications with us, the data with us, and can we compare this data with America? No. When you want to compare your data with America and Russia and other states, other countries, you need to follow this classification only. But when you want to compare your Orissa data with Telangana data, or West Bengal data, or the Gujarat data, then only you can use this within India, because it's only the India, because our classifications have been changed. So within India you can use, and beyond India it's only to be global data classification only to be used. Okay, so then when you come to the overweight and obesity, the classification has slightly changed. Earlier, what we are taking for under 5-year children, it was taken as plus 2 SD for the weight for age. But now that has been changed, and overweight is taken as weight for height for more than 2 SD, plus 2 SD. Between plus 2 SD and plus 3 SD, it's a overweight, and more than plus 3 SD, it will be the obese. This is the overweight obesity for the under 5-year children. This is for what? Weight for height, not weight for age. Earlier, even we also at Anand, we were doing weight for age. But recently that was WHO was changed to weight for height into consideration. This index to be taken as for the obesity. For the children more than 5 to 19 years, adolescents and all, it is the BMI will be taken. This will be very clearly that is taken plus 1 SD to plus 2 SD. We have to keep in mind always, please. Somebody is doing for adolescents. Who is that, please? She was talking to me. Adolescents. Who is there? She was doing adolescents, some Mayurbhanch. Yes. So you please keep in mind that plus 1 SD to plus 2 SD is the overweight, and more than plus 2 SD it will be the obese for the adolescents. But here it will be 2 SD and plus 2, 3 SD. You just, read this properly. And when you come to the adults, the BMI more than 25, we know that 25 to 30 it's overweight, and more than 30 it will be the obese. And then when you come to the waist circumference, WHO cutoffs, no, that shows more than 102 for men and 88 for the women are considered as overweight, that is truncal obesity. And Asia Pacific, for Indians, it's 90 and 80 centimeters are considered as obese, truncal obesity. And it's an abdominal obesity. And when you come to the truncal obesity, waist to hip ratio, 0.95, 0.8 and 0.9, 0.8 are considered as waist hip ratio. Okay, that's it. Any doubts here, please? Because we don't find much time. I can spend at least 1 hour on this class. But anyway, I reduced to 15 minutes, sir. Done. 20 minutes, huh? Endo. Oh, okay. Diet yesterday she has told, I hope. Okay. But I should have the, board for that, no? See, okay. So regarding the diet data, today we have collected, no? We have collected one group, we have collected the diet data. Please take it up once. Yeah. We don't have the, board anyway. Madam Sunita, Sangita, shall we get any board? Written board, it's possible. No, office is closed, no. 5 minutes. Till then, can you complete, sir? What, sir? మీరు అన్నీ చెప్తారు. Yeah, please, ma. Yeah, she's having doubt. Yeah. See, that's not reference. It's the average man and average woman of NNMB data we used to publish. That's not the reference I can say. This is average. Average for India. All states together, it's an average for India. It's not the reference. No. It's the average. Okay, see, we have collected the diet data today. Sir, can you start it now? So, sir will tell you how this, I had told you the background. He will tell you the front ground. Means how this anthrocal will work out.
So somebody who already used Anthrocal, WHO Anthro 1 or Anthro Plus, Anthro Plus, yeah. So this is a little boring for those who have already used it. Okay, this is for those who have not used, and every chance that almost 90% of you will be using it some time or the other during your career, right? So most of your sample size, anthro mein you have collected anthro data like height, weight, MUAC, etc. for say 600,000 children. And if you actually see in NFHS, they do it for 2 lakh children. Okay. And sir was just telling about how to classify them. आपने हाइट लिया, वेट ले लिया, एज भी ले लिया, उसके बाद sorry, after that you have to say whether the child is in normal growth, under undernourished, or overnourished. For that we use a concept called as Z scores. We have established Z score standards, and whenever, and we use three indices. Okay, one is called as the WAZ, that is weight for age Z score, weight for height Z score, that is WHZ, and HAZ, that is height for age Z score. Okay, these three Z scores are used, and beyond that, we can also deduce what is called as BMI for age Z score, also BAZ also. Okay, so for each child that you are taking, you will get four Z scores. Each of them might be in different Z score category. That is, one can be in -3 to and above category. Some one Z score can be in between -3 to -2 for the same child, and the same child, one index can be in the -2 to +2, that is normal category also. Okay, so we have four Z scores to be calculated for each child. NFHS has almost more than 2 lakh children ka data. Okay, and if you have to derive, there is a very simple formula. Sir has said that it is the Z score can be calculated based upon observed value minus standard value divided by the SD. Very simple, right? But just imagine you have you have data of 2 lakh children. If I say you have 2 lakh children, you will feel that no, no, I cannot have so many children. But if you have the data of 2 lakh children and you have to deduce the Z scores of 4 Z scores of each child, matlab you have to make calculation of 8 lakh Z scores. Okay, it is mind boggling. Okay, even if you have like data of 1,000 children for your own PhD thesis, okay, that is believable. No, you can scale it. Okay, you can assume that you are having that those 1,000 children ka data. Even then, you have to deduce 4,000 Z scores. एक एक का पेन पेपर लगा के लिख लिया. You might have gone to so many workshops, but इतना मोटा सा वर्कशॉप का what do you call राइटिंग पैड तो आपको नहीं मिला होगा ना. इतना थिक वाला राइटिंग पैड will not be sufficient for 4,000 Z scores, right? तो कैसे करें इसका? उसके लिए WHO had come up with a very simple software which works on Windows. As far as I remember, they do not have it for Mac. They go good with the Windows operating system only. And this simple software, you can download it for free. There is a manual also whenever you have got any doubt. Okay, I'll try to demonstrate one small data that I had of around 20,000 children. Okay, so to make your job easy, this software is used. शायद आपने सोचा होगा कि अरे इतना पसीना बह गया, we sweat so much just to collect 3 or 4 heights and weights. Okay, उसके बाद how much brain we have to apply for getting these Z scores and then classifying them, right? All that job is made a little bit easy. Yeah. So just on Google, you have to search for WHO Anthro. Okay, this WHO Anthro survey analyzer is there. There, if you can go down, there is also a option called browse online. I'll tell about that later. There is a quick guide, and here is this WHO Anthro exe. Exe file is any software downloading file, right? You will download this exe file. I have already downloaded this setup. Okay, and I've already installed this WHO Anthro. Just search for Anthro. Okay, WHO Anthro app is there. On opening it, you will see three options. One is the anthropometric calculator. I'll show just what all options you have. Okay, this anthropometric calculator is about if you have one child. Okay, jab, in future you become parents, you take them to your doctor and you have measured their height and weight for that particular day. So, and you want to see whether the child is up to the mark or not. Okay, there you can simply give the data here, and only one child you have, one child's data you have for one time, then you can use this anthropometric calculator about cross sectionally at that particular point of time how the child is. Okay, then there is an individual assessment which is for long term follow ups. You have multiple follow ups of the same child, you can use this particular option of individual assessment. That is like you are having, uh, you are on a longitudinal study. Okay, same child you are going to do like in any Anganwadi setup, for example. Okay, you are going to follow up a child multiple times. You can use this individual assessment wherein you can give each individual data at each individual time point, and then it will give you a growth curve also. Tracking also is done in this individual assessment. The main part is the nutritional survey. Okay, we have collected the data, we have filled that up in Excel, hopefully without any mistakes. Okay, after entering the data in Excel, we can come to this and say import from file, and what all file formats are acceptable. Here we have .txt, .csv, .xml, Anthro 2005. This is what you get again from those individual assessment files. .dbf and .rec. Most people might have seen .txt and .csv. You might have saved your own data also in .csv file. Usually it is in Excel form, and then you will then ask it to convert to .csv. Okay. So similarly, we have one CSV file. I'll show you how the data is. Obviously, I have this is only a very dummy data. Okay, and I have also taken only what data is important for me in this. Okay, you will be in your data, you will have everything, no, name, age, gender, mother's name, father's name, mother ka, where she comes from, address, this, that, everything. I have not used all of that here for identification, non-identification purpose. Okay, for Anthro to give you the actual results, okay, we will mandatorily need five uh, five columns. Okay, mandatorily we need an identification. Okay, and it should be unique. Each child should be given a unique ID. We need the gender. It can be in male female format or as 1 and 2. 1 always is male, 2 always is taken as female. Okay, do not ask why it is like that. It is by convention. 2 is greater than 1. In that way, if some feminist is offended, please take it like that. We need age. For that, either you can, the better one is to have date of birth and date of survey. Okay, if you do not have, if you have it like that, it is better. Otherwise, if you have already calculated the age, it should be in completed months. Okay, whenever we talk about age, it is always about, especially in children, it is about the age in completed months only. Okay, then we need obviously the weight and height. Okay, these five from B, C, D, E, and F, these five are mandatory fields. If you do not have them, The software will not give you accurate results. The SNO, that is serial number and age group, I have just added so that to show you how it actually appears after the results. How many do we have in this? Let me see. Yeah, this is a data of 38,000 children. All of them, all their data is there, just to show you that if I press control down, it goes till the last one. Okay, across all the columns, there are no gaps in between. Okay, so 38,000 children data we have, and we have it in the CSV form. You can get this from Excel. Okay, whenever you from Excel, what you can do is, if it is in Excel format, there also you can just have to go save it as CSV file. Go to browse. It will ask you what kind of format you want. Here you can say CSV or text. .txt also comes from this Excel form. Okay. Yes. Otherwise, it is actually in the downloads folder. No, in the downloads folder, actually, there are so many files. Okay. But it is not showing all of them. It is only showing those which are in CSV or TXT. Okay. I try to open. This is something even which I do not understand. After opening, what it asks is, it is asking us to identify which column is each of these fields. Survey date, cluster, team, ID, household, sex, DOB, age in months, weight in kg, height in centimeters, and a few other things. Okay. I told you mandatorily we'll need the gender, the ID, the age, or taken as survey date plus date of birth. Okay. And weight in kgs and height in centimeters. If you have taken it in any other format, please change them to these formats only, these units only. Okay. And you have to actually identify which column is which. Okay. And whenever I try to do this, actually does not work. I'll show you the other format which works. The other formats which we can use are, the more commoner one which I use, which I get 100% success, is the .dbf file. Okay, for this what I usually do is open the Excel file in SPSS. Okay, in SPSS we can save the database as .dbf file. It can be in form of .dbf version 2, version 3, or version 4. Anything is fine. And I use this .dbf format just for just to show you. This is the same data in .dbf form. The second one in the line, I open it and see. I- Okay, here I get the option to choose which of the columns is the ID. The child ID which I have used is the actual ID. Sex is marked as gender in my database file. I do not have the survey date and date of birth. Rather, I have age in months. Okay, I'll make this to identify age underscore months column, which was named as age underscore months. It should be identified as age in months. Weight in kgs should be WT. Weight is WT. Height is HT. Other than these, we have two more columns, that is serial number and age group, which is of no use for this particular analysis. And I say, okay. Okay, it is giving a small error that it was successfully imported. Okay, it is till that point. I am happy, but one or more fields were missing or contained invalid values. That I am okay with it. The fields were that serial number and age group. Okay, I'm not bothered, and I'm just asking it to give me the values. Okay, so for each of these values, each child, it has given me the values. For the first child, the weight for height z score is minus 0.76. You are happy with the child's growth with reference to WHZ? If it is minus 0.76, what do you call it? WHZ of minus 0.76. What is your inference? Wasting. Weight for height Z score is minus 0.76. You are happy with the growth with reference to WHZ? No. If it's my child, I am very happy. Yeah, what is the range of normalcy? Normal growth is in between minus 2 to plus 2. Okay. From minus 2 to plus 2 is all normal. What does minus 0.76 say? They are saying that it is on the left side. The child's weight for height is on the left side of the median. Okay. From median, the child is lagging, but he is not lagging so much that they are considered to be undernourished. Undernourishment is defined only if the child is less than minus 2 for any Z score. Okay, that's why if you see the bottom portion of it, all of them, all of these are shown to be green. Okay, HAZ is 0.15. Happy? Not happy? I have no feelings at all. HAZ of 0.15 is fine. Undernourished, how many of you think it is undernourished? Or how many of you think it is overnourished? It should not be plus size. It is still normal. It is falling in between minus 2 to plus 2. It is still normal. Weight for age Z score is at minus 0.5. How do you feel about it? Good? Normal? If it is your child, you are happy? Not happy? It is still falling between minus 2 and plus 2. Okay. So still it is normal only. So who is abnormal if I see this? So if I see this child, their weight for height Z score is 0.17. Good or bad? Good. Their weight for age Z score is minus 1.22. Good or bad? Still good. BAZ is 0.58. Good or bad? Good. But their height for age Z score is minus 2.71. Good or bad? It is bad. Okay. So what do I infer from this is their height is less. Okay. For the same height, for the same weight, if the height is less, their weight for height Z score will be high. Okay. It is like I am 60 kg. I'm not 60 kg, but consider I am 60 kg. Okay. 60 kg is fine if you are around 1.6 meters height. But if it is 1.4 meters height, 140 centimeters, 135 centimeters, that becomes obese. Right. Similarly, here also I have taken the positive side of it or on the right side of it. But if you take it in the left side of the curve, okay, height is low, weight is minus 1.22, still okay. but still a little far away, lower than the median. But just look at how the WHZ and BAZ are. WHZ is 0.17, higher than the median value. But this is happening because the denominator is less. Denominator is far less. Okay. So you read these Z score values holistically. Do not read them independently like how our planners do. Talking about stunting, you talk only about stunting. No, for each individual, look at all the four values. Okay, only then you will be able to find out whether the which part. So from this I understand that the chronic nutrition is at stake for this particular child. He has been chronically undernourished, and that is why their heights are being low, though he, and though his weight is okay-ish kind. Okay, because his height is very less. Okay, apparently he will look like his weight for height Z score is good, and BMI for age Z score looks good. Okay, so this is how you keep making the interpretations. But finally, what are you actually looking at? I am actually looking at what is the rate of stunting in this particular 38,000 group. So how do I do it? I copy all these, make another Excel sheet. Okay, make another Excel sheet, and then count how many of these are less than -2. If I am interested in the WHZ scores, okay, how many of these are less than -2? I will count. If you put it in SPSS, it is easy to get them. Okay, you need not manually count. Okay, and look for how many of them are falling less than -2, and then if we divide this number by the total number, we will get how much percentage of the children are stunted. No, from WHZ score we get how many children are wasted. Okay, and similarly if I count how many of these are less than -2, HZ numbers are minus less than -2, we'll call them as the stunting percentage. Similarly, weight for HZ score we'll get underweight as well as overweight as well as obesity also. Even overweight and obesity we can define even from the WHZ scores also in 0 to 5. This is a little about the WHO Anthro. Okay. Now we have another app which is called as WHO Anthro Plus. We will we'll learn about that also. Huh? So WHO Anthro Plus is nothing but is nothing but अरे इसमें भी सेम आया है anthropometric calculator, individual assessment, and nutritional survey. If I see the options, options are also all the same, import from file. What is the big difference? What is Anthro and what is Anthro Plus? The only difference is the age group that you are working on. If it is less than 5 years, you have to use WHO Anthro. If your subjects, if your participants are more than 5 years, up to the age of 19 years 0 months, okay, till that time you can use WHO Anthroplus. Otherwise everything including the operating system or the interface, user interface, everything is the same. Please understand the difference between WHO and Anthro and Anthroplus is the age group and the standards. Okay, the median values are also different from the 0 to 5 age group and the 5 to 19 age group. Do not use one for the other. Okay, मतलब adolescent का है, don't use the anthro, and if you have 0 to 5 years age group, don't put it in anthro plus, you will get a null result. Okay, any doubts? As usual, no doubts. Thank. Huh. For the same child, for the same child, if you have multiple things, then I mean on multiple times you are having the data of the same child. There you have to use the individual assessment. Okay, here say you have each of these are this coffee, Kwanzaa, Flora, Lopez. Each of them is one child. Okay, so I'll select this, or say there is no Narayan, no, in this group. Male. I give the date of birth. Yeah. Whether you can also give whether it is an approximate date or the actual date. Approximate date is something which you will derive from those local calendar methods, etc. Okay. Give a child ID if necessary. So these are the visits. You have done this, say in March. On March 1st, you have done, and the weight was so and so, like 12.1 kg. Length was say 76.7. Save it. It will give the values for that particular date. Another visit, you have given say April May. You had a he had a bout of diarrhea, 14.5 ho gaya, and suddenly his height came to 81. Okay, the weight for age graph will look like this, but this is still showing only for that particular. This is showing for one only. Okay, like this, if you have the whole plot of it, you can plot the whole sequence. This, if you are looking at the weight for age, this is what is happening usually in the Anganwadi center. Okay. Okay, so with this we'll wind up the anthro data part. We'll move on to the diet data part. Okay, any doubts to address? You understood the concept of Z scores? Okay, if you do not understand that, we can't do I mean, we can't learn what is stunting, wasting, etc. Okay, basically understand that Z score is a statistical concept. It is about how much far away the child is falling. If you have a regular normal distribution, okay, the central part, the topmost part, central part is the median, that is half part of the whole distribution. If you are saying that the Z score is -1, it means that the child is falling one standard deviation on the lesser side, left side. Okay. We are happy as long as the child is up to two standard deviations on either side, where it is estimated that 95% of the people lie in those people, in that range. And we are calling people as abnormal, child as abnormal, only when he is falling two standard deviations beyond on either side. Okay, on the positive side will be the overnutrition part, on the negative side, left side, minus side will be the undernutrition part. Okay. If we had more time to discuss, I would have neatly put some charts, drawing, and then we would have tried to explain. But do read about these. If you these are very basics of nutritional assessment. You need to have these concepts in mind. Without these, you will be going nowhere to understand what undernutrition concept is. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. We'll move on to the dietary data part. Whatever we have collected today, no? We'll try.
The thing is that what actually we need by the end of the day, what we need is how much the person has taken in respect of the nutrients. So when you want to compare the RDA of that particular person, like our madam, what's your name? Ipsita is there. So she's around 25 years. So we need to, get the data of Ipsita, and we need to see whether Ipsita is having up to the level of the RDA or the EAR. That is our target. Is it so? Yes. So now we have gone to Ipsita's house. So then we have collected the data as we have done now. So then what actually we are getting there? Are we getting the nutrients? Have you gone there and asked how much of protein you had in the total day? Can they say us? No. What we have done, we have taken the diet survey from morning to evening, what they have taken, and we have written the foods, and then we have weighed the foods, and we have taken the total food cooked quantity, and also we have taken the how much each individual has taken by weight of the total recipe, not of the individual foods. So then, coming to the next part of that, is that the recipe wise we have the nutrients? No, because the recipes will differ from my house, from his house to his her house, and everything. See, when I do the aloo curry, I will do with pyas, but she don't use the pyas. So that recipes also we cannot standardize. What actually we have with us is with ICMR-9 is the nutrients for food wise, like rice, we have the nutrients. For aloo, we have the nutrients. For what is that RGD, red gram dal, we have the nutrients. So so then when you come to the same Ipsita, we need to know how much of rice she had in the previous day. Okay, how much of red gram dal she had in the previous day, how much of aloo she had in the previous day. So how we'll be getting it? We have gone there, we have taken the aloo curry, they have taken the rice she has taken. So then coming to this example, I'm telling you for the lunch, for only one example I will tell you. For lunch, the rice has been taken. What is the type of rice? Rice is raw milled, and then total cooked quantity was, raw amount was how much? 720 grams she has cooked for the total 4 members. And total cooked quantity, you know how to do that. As today we have done it now, total cooked quantity was 2350. So then we have asked the mother of Ipsita how much the first person has taken. How much means in respect to the weight of the water. So he might have told us around 700. First person has taken 700. Second has taken, his wife has taken 650. Third person has taken around 530 or 21, 50. And the last person has taken 400. Please, one of you keep your mobiles on. You just add up all. Not use 2280. Very good. So total is how much? 2280. What is the leftover here? There is 20 plus the 50. Almost 70 is the leftover. We are not considering this. This is the leftover. So why I'm calculating this one is, I need to know how much the first person had, how much rice the first person had. So total cooked quantity was 720. This 720 only will give us the nutrients. Not this 2350, no. 2350 is the total cooked quantity. Total cooked quantity, we don't calculate the nutrients. For the raw amounts only. So then my interest is to know of this 4720, how much this person had, how much this had, how much this had. Yesterday Neeraja was telling you, that is what is known as conversion factor, CF. Anyone has noted the formula? Weight by height square. Sorry, not BMI can. Raw by cooked. Raw by cooked. Sorry. Raw by cooked. Yeah. Raw by cooked for this particular recipe. What is raw here? 720 divided by, what is the total cooked quantity? 2350. Please do it. Yes, exactly. 0.3. 0.3 consider. We will consider it as a 0.3. Okay, 0.3. So then you multiply 700 by this 0.3. How much? Huh? How much, ma? 210. 210 grams of rice he had. Next one. You multiply 0.3 with 650. 195. Very good, sir. 195. 530. 159. And then 400. 120. So you add all these things, 210, 195, 159 and 126, huh? Or 120. What are this? How much is coming? 680. 684. So 684 is the total one. It is less than this, and the leftover is there. We are not considering that. Leftover is, no, that was given to the dogs. We don't consider. Now, what is our target? Now we are clear that he had 210 grams of rice. Is it clear now? So then we will be calculating the nutrients for this rice now. Okay. We don't have another board. We have to do here only. Madam, where is that? Yes, please, rice. See, now we have to go to NIN. We are not going to NIN now. We have the database. What is the database? Two books we have. One is the nutritive value of Indian folks. Next one will be the IFCT. What is that? Food composition tables. So using those things, we have got the immediately account. I talked to our people and they have sent us. We don't have the book in the library, only were available. I brought this, I got at least for the protein and energy. Okay. So now, what is that? What is written for protein and energy, please, ma? For rice, 6.4 is the protein is how much? 6.4, and no calories are, energy is 79.0, 79. Okay. See, this is a nutrient. I'm calculating only for protein and energy because we don't have the time much. So now for 100 grams of rice, this is the protein level and this is the energy. Okay. Now for this particular gentleman, he had 210 grams. So how much of protein he will be getting from rice? 210. So 100 will give us 6.4. How much 210 will give? Come on, do it. Huh? How much, sir? 12.9. Madam, duster. We have it. नहीं है 134. Tissues. Anybody's having tissue, please? Yeah, both are either. So, how much energy he had from rice? How much, sir? 134 or 6.4, huh? Yeah, 13.4. And then energy is 79 is per 100 grams. 79. 165.9. So 165 means 166 calories of energy. 166, please. 166 calories of energy he had from lunch. Through what? Only through rice. Like that you will be calculating for the other, family members also. Okay. So then coming, that is clear. Is it clear for you? Then we will come to the subject. Subji is somewhat different. That's why I have taken this one. Okay. So anyway, you please note it down. Note down this 13.4 protein and energy as 166. One of you for the first person. For the first person only, will be noting now. Done. Okay. So then I'm removing all these things. That's why. Okay. So then I'm taking the other recipe as subject. So, okay, from subject, what is the ingredients what we have taken is potato is 120, tomato is 100, like this they are made. And total cooked quantity was 200. Okay, the first person has taken, he has taken around 45, she has taken around 50, she has taken around 42, and she has taken around 40. And remaining will be the, what is that? Leftover. We don't bother that. Okay, so then this is the total distribution of this 200. Then what we have several items in this. It's not the only the rice. Here, this conversion factor differs from each of the, what I can say, ingredients. What is the same way? What is that? Raw by cooked. So what is the raw here? First, for the potato, I am writing here, 120 is the raw. By 2, what is the total cooked quantity? 200. So 120 by 200, you do it. 0.6 into 45 kar lo. Yes. See, of this total potato of 120 from, the total sabji, he got how much? 27 grams of potato. He got potato how much? 27. Okay, next tomato. 100 by 200 into 45. How much? 22.4 as tomato. Next one. Salt, no, green chilies. Green chilies you have now? Oh, no, that's wrong. From where you are taking the protein and all? Okay, so we are only doing this. Sorry. You are correct on. Yes. 4.5 is the chilies. So this is the green chilies. I will just stop here. Green chilies. Okay. Now from this sabji, he got 20, of this total one, he got 27 grams of potato, 22 grams of tomato, and 4.5 grams of green chilies. So now we need to calculate of this 27 grams, how much of protein, how much of energy, how much of each of the nutrients he must be having. Now, madam, please. Same thing. One protein is how much? Protein energy. Yeah. Potato is 1.6 and energy is 22.6. Yeah. Can you calculate? He got 27. Means protein is 1.6 and energy is 22.6. Yeah. So 100 grams of potato will have edible portion. I'm telling you, in the class also, in the field also, I told you for the brinjal. Always you need to take the edible portion. Okay. So then, for the edible portion of potato, he got 27. Means how much energy he had? Protein. Protein. How much? 0.432. 0.432. Very good. Energy? $22.6. No, from 45, yeah, 6 point, yes, exactly, 6.1. So the first person had 0.432 grams of protein from potato and 6.1 energy from potato. Same way, you just calculate for tomato also, please. He got 22.5. Tomato, please tell me. Yeah. 0.9, 3.6. Yeah. 0.2 is a protein. Why nobody is talking except him? You are not doing it. 81. You are only observing. 81.8. Okay, just I will hold here. I'm not going to do anything. See, the first person from rice, he had what much of protein? Yeah, I've asked you to, make it up, no? Yeah. 1 minute, 1 minute. I will somewhere I will write. Person 1, from rice he had how much? Protein how much? 13.4 and energy how much? 166. Okay, this is from rice. And from protein, from what is that? Potato, what he had? 0.4. 0.4 as protein and 6.1 as energy. Okay, and from tomato, 0.2 as protein and 0.8 as the energy. This will be totally been calculated. Add up. 13.4 please, plus 0.4 plus 0.2 means it's a 0, 14. 14 grams of protein he had and 166. 166 means 160, 172 and 0.8. 172.9. So this is the energy he had only through lunch. Energy he had from lunch, and he had protein as 14 grams of protein from lunch. This is the way the calculations will go on. Got my point? This is the way. See, sir, can we do this manually? Why? No. We were doing. When you do this only, you will be getting all the information. Otherwise, no means nothing will come. We have to first of all sit and do the calculation. Then only the basics will go into your brain. If you see only to calculate the thing and see that, as sir is telling, Anthrocal and all, that will not go into your brain. It's only the machinery. It's only the mechanism that shows. But you sit together, at least take one family total and calculate the thing, and then you will know what are the basics, what are the hiccups and everything you will be knowing. Because we were doing up to 2006 or 7, we don't have the computers at NIM. So many big computers. Then we used to calculate for all the families like this. Many, at least 10 families we used to do for one person, at least they had to do for 10 families. We were doing manual calculations, we were doing for all the members of the family. Like this, for every nutrient, for every recipe, like that, for lunch, dinner, breakfast, everything. So then only you'll be eating, at least this is the way we'll do it. Okay, so now I don't think that no sir we have any packages. There are no this no, what is it, softwares are not available for these calculations. But the thing is that if at all you want to do that, we have this NVIF and I mean IFCT books. You can as well transfer the data into Excel, and then you can generate your own program. So that is for 100 grams of edible portion. No, now you got 1.6 total edible portion. 45 is the edible portion. Then it will calculate and give it to you. So you can generate your own, the programming. So once you enter the data in your Excel sheet, then like this, for this particular person, what are the foodstuffs he has taken in the previous day, that will be totally be done, and protein and energy, all the vitamins will be calculated like this. Any doubts, please? Hmm? Is it clear? Hope I am clear. But it takes a long time for you to understand and for you to do it also. But this is the basics. And that too, one more thing I can say you, there is no other go. This is the only method you can do. You have to go to the household. Can you bypass this? Going to the household and then taking the diet information? There is no bypass. You have to get it. And then what, sir? Yes, sir, please. So we need to welcome our Dr. Subbarao Garu. Yes, sir, please. He's a senior most scientist with us. He's an eminent scientist, I can say. Please, sir, please. Sir, I'm just doing these diet calculations. Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so there is no bypass for this calculating and then taking the data from households. Once you collect the data, after that you have the packages. You can use our NIN. Sir will be telling you how to use this Nutrify India. Many apps are available with our NIN website. Those also can be used for the individual levels. When you want to calculate this nutrients and these foods and nutrients in the community level, I don't think Nutrify India may not be working for that, but you need to transfer the data to Excel sheet, and then you can formulate your own an app or something calculations to get the nutrients. Okay. Yeah, sir.
So very complex for many of you. It might look like अरे ये सब करते भी हैं क्या? How are you doing? Right? Many of you, some of you are like okay. Uh, because you were not asking me any doubts regarding Anthro Plus. So I have one doubt or one question to you. So I told Anthro is for 0 to 5. Anthro Plus is for 6 to 19. But what after 19? Arey, yeah. So all these Anthro Plus comes in because of the complexities of these Z scores, Z scores, and classifications based on Z scores. Okay. But after 19, we have a very simple one. See, the Z scores which we are talking about are they change with every month. They change with the gender, male, female. They change. These numbers change, and between 6 months age and 7 months age also they change. Okay, so but after 19, okay, it is only the BMI. In fact, if you actually see the NFHS data, they present it from 15 years onwards. At 15 also, they use only the BMI, not the BMI for age Z score. Okay. So it is relatively easier after 19 years old of age. Okay. So that's why there is no specific software. In Excel, you have the height, you have the weight. Only thing you have to make sure is that weight is in kgs, height is in no. For BMI calculation, you want height to be in inches, meters. Okay. In meters. Okay. In Excel, you have to put a simple formula is equals to the weight in kgs divided by bracket open the cell in which the height is there in centimeters, multiply it again and close the bracket, and there you get your BMI. Easy. And from there it is easy to classify also. Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other doubts to clarify? No, thank you.
Well, I am not allowing any further doubt. You can discuss it in breaks and whatever the time. Please have your lunch immediately. Yeah? We have very short time, half an hour complete.
Okay. Yeah, it's come. Yeah, please, sir. So, good afternoon. We are on the last day, last session. So, after lunch session, so hope you all are back and taken your seats. So, we have today our session by Dr. Subba Rao. So, may I request Dr. Raghavendra to please come on stage and introduce our guest and speaker, and then we'll continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to actually introduce my mentor, my guide, the pleasure of being mentored by him. I want to give you the same for the next 45 minutes to 1 hour. Dr. Subbarao M. Gavaravapu is coming from a journalism background, but he had quite literally created a niche for himself, that he had created a division of nutrition, information, communication, and health education, shortly called as niche, in the National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad. He is an author for more than 100 peer-reviewed journal articles. He's a part of the expert committee that has given the dietary guidelines for Indians 2024, and he's a fellow of various international organizations and associations, including the FIUNS that he has recently received. He's the fellow of NAAS, FNAMS also. And though by post-lunch session, you will be thinking of, mostly your picture will be around about the yawns and semi-drowsy or frank drowsiness, but I'm sure with his very interesting talk, he will make all those go away, and you will all be very alert in listening to his lecture. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry, post lunch session is very difficult to hold attention to, but nevertheless, I'll try my best to keep it short, sweet, and interactive. Okay? All can hear me? Still not sleepy? Because after a hard day's field work and nice lunch, definitely one likes to sleep or have a nap. So quickly, I should thank Dr. Subendu for his thoughtful creation of this workshop, and then including various topics. Most of you have benefited over the last 1 week from different things. I just got to see the lineup of faculty that you've had. It's all very interesting, and I don't know why he thought it is important to have a session on nutrition communication also as a perspective. I was asking him what is the composition of the audience, and then he told me it is a multidisciplinary group, and that's what is required for nutrition science also, a multidisciplinary group which looks at everything. And nutrition is such a welcoming field. That's the reason why somebody from social science background that I am have also got an opportunity to be part of the dietary guidelines committee, which is usually a very elite club that does. So it is now looking for a lot of multidisciplinary approach. So everyone has a role to play. So when I asked him, he said this is a diverse group. So I custom made my entire talk to just tell you, all said and done, we may be scientists, researchers, public health professionals, or whatever we do in our regular life, but we are all consumers. So as consumers, we encounter a lot of issues that we see in terms of misinformation, advertisement, claims about foods. We also see a lot of our food environment around us has changed. So I position my talk in that context and then say how communication can be an interlinking area for health promotion and nutrition. So this is a slide that I usually use in most of my presentations. This talks about life expectancy. Do you all know what is life expectancy? What is life expectancy? Average age of? So that means after 70, people will. No, it's not like that. What is life expectancy? Try. It's okay. I mean, average age is okay, but what is life expectancy? If current morbidity and mortality rates continue, if it improves or becomes bad later because of any other reason, future the life expectancy may come down or go up, right? It is accordingly. So we have India's life expectancy at time of independence was only 33 years. By 1990, we reached almost 60 years. And from there, in just 30 years, we are there at 72 years. So it's nice, which is the country that has highest life expectancy in the world? Japan, about 84. Next is US, South Korea and others. US is about 76. We are at about 72. So we are fairly good. In 30 years, we've managed to get there. But the problem is our life expectancy has increased. But you look at this data, you will clearly see there are two circles there. The red circle was just in 1990. DALY's, disability adjusted life years. I'll not go into details. It is simple. It takes morbidity, mortality into consideration to come up with DALY's. If you look at DALY's, the red in 1990 was bigger. Red is non-communicable diseases, communicable diseases largely, or neonatal deaths and things like that. But in just 30 years, India has transitioned in such a way. 1990, why I took? Because we economically liberalized. We became a liberal economy from 1990. That has exactly coincided with the nutrition transition that we have. So Barry Popkins' theory says every nation that moves from under a developed economy to a developing or developed economy, as the economic transition happens, the nutrition transition also takes place. Nutrition transition is nothing but the same country which will have problems of undernutrition will start encountering problems of overnutrition, overweight, obesity, non-communicable diseases. So these are 10 top killers in the world. Why many people die in the world? It's not. What's the problem? Yeah. So these are the top 10 killers. Of the top 10 killers, if you just check, of the top 10 killers, at least 7 are related to food and nutrition and food safety. Everything, including kidney diseases or diabetes or diarrheal diseases, Alzheimer's, they have a role of nutrition in them, definitely. So this is again in-depth study. It shows how various non-communicable diseases have grown over a few years. NFHS data, if you take from 2016 to 21, only 5 years, look at the obesity and overweight among women. The dark red shade that you see more. Is it okay? Okay. The more you see of dark red shade, it's fine. Is it okay? Yeah. The more you see of dark red shade, the more is the prevalence of overweight. These are different districts. I'm not sure if the color is clear here, but on the television screen, you can really see that many of the oranges have turned into red. If you see Odisha, this place, Odisha, the red is more. Unlike the assumption that we think that this is a poorer state in terms of the health indicators in India. So we assume undernutrition will be higher, which is higher. We assume other things will be higher, but non-communicable diseases are also getting higher. Blood pressure or hypertension is as high as it is in Kerala, which is supposed to be a more literate and developed state. And similarly, overweight and obesity also, you can see that parts of Odisha are almost dark red. from light red in 2016 to 21. Within 5 years, they've increased. And now if you see the food consumption data, expenditure data, this is an expenditure, monthly household expenditure, per capita expenditure has been seen. And in the last 10 years, India is apparently spending lesser money on cereals. It could have many reasons that cereal is being distributed free, it is available in public distribution system. Those are all other things. But consumption or expenditure on cereals has come down, and expenditure on FMCG goods, fast moving consumer goods, including mobile phones, television sets, and other things have gone up, which means we are becoming more sedentary, right? With more and more mobile phones, we are becoming more sedentary. And then consumption of processed foods has also gone up. That you can see the orange. From 2022, the orange is higher and it has considerably gone up. So given all these things and lot of diagnostics that have developed and healthcare facilities that have developed in the country, it is likely that, how many of you think you are healthy? Raise your hand. Definitely cable is not healthy. How many of you think you are healthy? Why? What happened? Please raise your hand. No one thinks they're healthy. See, we are very hesitant, no? Don't know, not really. Right? Yeah. Why do you think so? फिजिकल एक्टिविटी कम हो गया. और क्या खा रहे हैं आप लोग आजकल? HFSS खा रहे हैं? You are eating? Thank you. You already know it. If you know, you won't eat. Okay. So in that context, if you were to talk about communication or communicating about nutrition, what is that you usually talk? You say, लोगों को awareness नहीं है, awareness बढ़ाओ. उनका practice खराब है, practice change करो. But we've missed out or often missing out on a bigger thing, on enabling environment. Simple thing that I'll tell you. Yesterday, what is the major thing that has happened in news in India? GST, right? Yes, GST has gone down for HFSS foods. It has increased for sugar sweetened beverages, which is nice. It has increased for tobacco products, it's nice. But it has come down for BDs. क्या सिगरेट पिए तो जल्दी मरते हैं, बीड़ी पिए तो लेट मरते हैं क्या? No, it's not about the policy. It also has a lot of other things, the environment around you, the employment opportunities that these sectors create. And also we have issues of namkeens becoming cheaper, sugary confectionery becoming cheaper. The idea of the policymaker is to promote these industries because food industry employs a lot of people and creates employment for underprivileged. At the same time, Mahila Udyogs, the MSMEs, the small scale cottage industries, they are producing a lot of traditional foods which do have more sugar, likely to have more salt and things like that. But at what cost? The communication that had to happen at the environment level has perhaps not been very aggressive, although some of us have been trying very aggressively for higher taxes for HFSS foods. Repeated advocacy was being done, but it is seen from different perspectives when it comes to a policymaker. So an individual level interaction is very rhetorical. The policy level interaction is very rhetorical. When it comes to education, we always go back and say, "Tum theek nahi kar rahe ho, you try to change your food, you try to eat like this." But most of our communication is not working towards changing the broader policy or food environment. So that's the first point that I want to make. And why do we need nutrition messages? See, some of you may tomorrow get into NGOs or already with NGOs or a multilateral organization or maybe a government organization. You're asked to prepare messages related to nutrition. What do you do? Why do you want to do it? If you do it, it is just because your job, perhaps you would fail. If you want to reach more number of people, I have distributed material to 1 lakh people, then also you will fail. Why you have to prepare material is to create awareness. Not just to create awareness, awareness should not be your fix. Continuous reinforcement of message according to trans-theoretical model of communication. If you continuously reiterate a message, people move from unawareness to awareness to contemplation, meaning thinking to do what you are saying, whether I can do what you are trying to tell me. From there, they can move forward to adopting a behavior. From there, continuing a behavior and then becoming role models for the others through social cognition, that they become examples to the others. So this is an undernourished cable, so which has neuronal degeneration. Okay. So these are some of our papers. What is that we've seen? We've seen nutrition messages do not interest many because health outcomes from nutrition are not immediate to see. If you want to, why do people go to fad diets? कि एक हफ्ते में 2 kg घटाओ. It's instant gratification of yourself looking into the mirror and then saying that, yeah, I reduced 3 inches of my belly. अब मेरा पैंट ढीला हो गया. Not for any other reason, but for this. So these are, and if you have any health issue, you go to a doctor, a pill is prescribed, and you can see an outcome immediately. But when it comes to nutrition, people always have examples. If you say have balanced diet, don't smoke, don't drink, walk every day, do physical activity, there will be at least one client of yours who will tell, oh, I have an uncle who's 82 years old. He drinks 2 quarters every night and finishes 1 pack of cigarette, eats fried food. He is 82, no diabetes, no hypertension, doesn't even walk. He is healthy, he enjoys his life. They will give you this example. They will give you this example always. So how do you counter that? So how do you counter such an issue? So it doesn't interest many because the outcomes are not immediate. They always have something else to tell you there. And then the benefits are not immediate. And most of the time it so happens at a very grassroots level, if you see, some of the times it is not them who take a decision for themselves. There is somebody else in the family, an opinion leader elsewhere at a community level. Or maybe they think they are taking a decision, but they are taking a decision within a limited available, I'll just get to that, limited available environment. So the choices are very limited. So where does communication fit in that scenario? So what really doesn't work when it comes to engaging with the communities and with communication is that if you do not do their prior assessment of their knowledge or practice or whatever is existing, if you lack dietary data exactly as to what they are consuming, if you use a single intervention package, that's the reason why many intervention packages, along with counseling, along with communication, along with creating support groups, community support groups. If you have read about the WINGS trial that was done in Delhi to improve consumption of healthy foods and also adhere to IFA tablet supplementation and adhere to all the things that are being given in ICDs along with ration. What was done is the women were followed up and continuously they were given amount of intervention where there was multi-component intervention, policy level intervention, community level intervention, family level intervention, and individual level intervention across various sectors were taken into consideration, and it proved to be better in terms of the pregnancy outcomes and also birth outcomes of the child. So this is a very big trial that we generally talk about in nutrition scenario now, the WINGS trial. So it has proven that a multi-component intervention can be more useful. So if it is a single intervention, it is likely to have short-term benefit, but scale up of such an intervention or continuing such an intervention or usage of such an intervention in other settings, other contexts may be an issue. So a lot of people are doing a lot of things about communication, but all are rhetorical. Finally, when it comes to reality, all the social media, all the social marketing and social behavior change communication is still only beneficiary oriented. I don't like to call the word beneficiary, use the word beneficiary, but we still say beneficiary in everything that we are. And every communication is individual oriented, as though it's an. And then one of our studies earlier has shown that it is not just an individual, but also the organizations which take it as a priority. It is determined by who funds your research study. It is determined by who is asking you to do what. So now if obesity is the national agenda, that is because the highest offices in the country is talking about obesity. So we are all talking about obesity. Even medical research will now focus more on obesity. While the earlier thing continues, this will be, we were very surprised once in a Niti Aayog meeting. A WCD personnel was there, very high official, high ranking official. So we said, childhood obesity and pregnancy and, diabetes, gestational diabetes and other things have to be now taken into consideration. I said, hum to sirf undernutrition dekhte hai. We don't want to look at the other side of the. Now you go ask WCD, they'll say, yeah, we have to look at, because it has come from the topmost office. How did it happen? The advocacy has to happen at that level and agenda setting happens elsewhere. So in that, what is the scenario of food today? We have centuries old traditions. We all cook food at home, all said and done, right? Majorly India still eats home cooked food. At least one meal is home cooked, right? But of course, nowadays you have home cooked food being delivered at a call. Yeah, cloud is not home, no? So, but yeah, we always love to have our homes in the cloud. So the kitchens are also in the cloud now. So that's one. And the problem is, although we are home cooked, you just imagine, are we cooking the way we used to cook earlier? There are ultra processed ingredients in many of the foods that we make at home. So unlike in other countries, we say, oh, ultra processed food is not a problem for us. But most of our ingredients are ultra processed. Industrially prepared masalas, the ketchup, the sauce, the vinegars. And if you make fried rice at home, whether you eat outside or whether you make it at home, the ingredients that are going into it are all ultra processed. So all homemade food need not necessarily. So these are the things that are coexisting in our scenario. And also, India has a strange situation where there is high literacy level, but nutrition literacy is very low. Rising middle class is there. Nuclear families are there. So in India, the main problem is that you have both the double burden, as we say, undernutrition and problems of overweight, obesity coexisting. And the diet-related non-communicable diseases are also coexisting, as I showed in the first few maps. The diet-related non-communicable diseases, can anybody name what are they? A few of them. Diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease. Okay, good, very good. All these. Earlier, what you used to think, all these are problems of rich people living in urban area, those who don't do activity, those who are going in cars, right? Today, you see maximum prevalence of hypertension would be and diabetes would be in rural areas, and that too among women who are more hardworking than men in many cultures. That is the problem that the world is facing. But in world, the developed countries have moved to a situation where they're almost at saturation with NCDs and overweight and obesity. But we are there, and there is a if you take the philosophical thing of the Hindu textures, there are spiritual leaders who say there used to be good and bad in two different worlds earlier. So after one, you have these 4 yugas, right? They keep changing. So good and bad used to be in 2 different worlds. Then after the second, by the time they came to the second yuga, what has happened is good and bad both appeared on the same planet Earth. So, but they were in 2 different geographies. By the third yuga, what happened? They are in the same country or same land, like, Ram and Ravan, or almost on the same land. By the time it came to the next, it has come to the same family. There are good and there are some bad, Mahabharata times. Now they say in the same person, half is good, half is bad. Nothing is different with undernutrition and overnutrition. Earlier, it used to be high income countries, low income countries, two different geographies or two different worlds, first world and third world. Then it came into the same continent, then same geography, now same household, afterwards, now same individual. So, an individual that has undernutrition, anemia, can also have problems related to non communicable diseases. Right? So, this is what we are seeing. That's the scenario in which we are working. This is a very complex scenario, and food becomes status symbols now. There are nuclear families, there are foods availability, accessibility are there. Malnutrition is very high, both ends. And there are also reducing physical activity is one of the issues. And communication about nutrition happens in multi formats, one to one, one to many. These are all basic things. But the new media is the biggest thing that is coming, and it is very rhetorical to say social media will solve all the problems. No, it won't. You are being just bombarded with messages, and people are getting more and more confused. So it needs a multimedia approach. So what is the solution? Multimedia approach, and all media should be talking similar things. For that, we should have more learned, nutritionally literate workforce. So there, along with this nutrition, you should always talk about food safety. As a good communicator in nutrition, you should also include food safety as an important part. Otherwise, there is this leaky bucket. You give good nutrients, the bucket always leaks with diarrheal diseases, with food safety issues. Then that is to be fixed. So this is what we said. It's not just food safety and it's not just nutrition safe, food safety. We need to talk about nutrition safety. In the sense, it's not just food security. You should talk about nutrition security. Not giving enough food, safe food. Give enough food, safe food that is nutritionally safe in the sense that has multiple micronutrients, and how to enhance skills of the people to do it. So I'll just some case studies in how to communicate and how to create your own messaging. So this is called 5 keys for food safety. WHO gives. It says keep clean, and it says you cannot use any cooked food 2 hours later. It becomes bad. So tell this to any of the households anywhere. I mean, any of you. I definitely eat a food that is cooked in the morning, in the night in my house. How many of you don't eat? How many of you make fresh food every time? And cooked food 2 घंटे के बाद mat khao is not something that is applicable for us. Similarly, keep clean is what? What does it mean to people? So these 5 keys for food safety are not culturally tailored. So we said we need. So we did some studies. We realized different things. Household food safety, refrigeration. Although it is there, the refrigeration habits are bad. And we realized in some of the areas where water is pure water, piped water is being given, still it has microbiological contamination. Why it is happening? In observation studies, standing over long time with the family and then seeing how water is being handled in the household, we realized that water is getting in contact with the hand when 20-liter water bubbles are being available now, even in rural areas where ATMs, water ATMs are there in many of our places. So they use this water, but they are actually putting their hand and taking out water without. So their hand is getting in touch with the water. Hand washes and water samples have shown similar microbes. So we realized that it is the contacts. Similarly, we've looked at what are the various practices and behaviors and cultural aspects and which part of food chain is impacted by them and how contextually to address them. Then we identified 85 different food risk behaviors among households in household kitchen. And then those 85 are associated with the microbial load of the hand washes, food samples collected from these people. We came down to 11 key indicators that have direct association with the safety of the food at household level. And those 11 key indicators we have made into 5 key messages. So those are the contextual 5 key messages that we need. If you blindly take what WHO said about 5 key messages, perhaps you will not be able to communicate. People won't receive it well. The very thing that cooked food cannot be used for 2 hours, put it in the refrigerator. These things are where there are no refrigerators. What do you say? Then these are 5 keys for food safety that we came up with. So we said clean hands properly. What does it mean? It means anything. In cleaning hands, at the back of these 5 key, you have what to do. If this particular brochure is flipped like this, at the back you will have. Cleaning hands has only 2. If you can see the icons there, One is cutting your nails regularly, wash with soap every time. These are the two things that if you practice at household level, before and after handling food, your food could be safe. So this is targeting a message based on interdisciplinary research work. That's why I'm trying to tell you, just don't bring something that is there elsewhere. Contextualizing is very, very important. What goes into contextualizing? And then there is also practice proper food hygiene or food handling. In this, there are three key ones. One is cook food thoroughly and try to consume hot food. Second is using chopping boards or maybe whatever you call, and knives or other things that we use at home for vegetarian and non-vegetarian or different vegetables, leafy vegetables. Please wash them before you interchange. And then and preserve cooked foods and uncooked foods, vegetarian, non-vegetarian foods separately. Even in the refrigerator. Why there are three different racks? There is a purpose for that. Why dairy is always at the top? Why vegetables are always at the bottom? But of course, now that people are saying you have backache, so I put all the vegetables on top. But if you don't cut your green leafy vegetables, wash them thoroughly, put it like that, it could be contaminating, cross-contaminating some other food. A cooked food and uncooked food putting together can be contaminating each other. So these are all from the studies that have emerged. So, and then keep your home kitchen safe. Home kitchen safe is only you. We all love pets if you have at home. But kitchens where pets were more frequently coming had some issue. So keep the pets a little away from cooking area for as much time as possible. And then clean the surfaces, cooking surfaces. Even in a one needs to be kept little clean with soap or whatever to be used. And then washing and cleaning vegetables before cutting or peeling. So these are the 5 keys if you follow at household level. Then we came up on these 11 things. We came up with a score of 17. If a household crosses a score of 11 on 17, their household is food safe, is what we created. So this is how we went about. And then in another study, what we try to do is, we all know for better nutrition, what is the best thing? Diversity. If anybody is telling you one nutrient, one food will give you all nutrients, you are being taken for a ride. There is no one superfood. There is no one food that can give you all nutrients. It is a combination. It's a diversity. That's the final thing that you have to bear in mind. So for diversity to happen, what is it that you'll have to look? This is the my plate that NIN dietary guidelines gives. Don't want to go into detail. If you were to put all your raw foods that you have to eat in one day, not one time, the plate should look like this. In the sense, 400 to 500 grams of fruit and vegetable in a day. Fruit ka matlab, don't calculate apple. Apple is equal to 30 rupees. 30 rupees, 5 people, 150. So 150 per day only for fruit is not possible. Fruit can be any fruit that is seasonal, locally available. If a humble papaya is available for even 50 rupees, one papaya, or 70 rupees one papaya, that is 1 kg papaya. It works for a family of 5 for 2 days. 500 grams, 500 grams. 100 grams of fruit. So you are eating 70 rupees in 2 days, which is 35 rupees. You are not spending 150 rupees for apple. So no need to go exotic. Try and do your nutrition from what is locally available. That is one skill that we need to get. So then again, 240 grams, 250 grams of cereal with 30 to 40% of millets in it. Then there is, fistful of nuts. Then 85 to 90 grams of pulses can be replaced with 1 or 2 eggs, may be replaced with meat, fish, whatever. The best form of non-vegetarian we propagate is first is fish, then going for lean meat and there further. And then milk products about 300 ml. So if this is the my plate, how is India eating? India is eating like this. Look at what is more than half plate. Cereal dense foods. And then the saddest part, this is 2014 data. We don't have diet data after that. Still you see that you have ultra processed foods also occupying about 38 grams and providing almost about 10 to 15% of the energy. Urban is any better given all the sources? No. Their half plate is also rice, heaps of rice. Kuch sabji khaya? Haan khaya. Kya? Aloo, tomato, pyaz. right? We are eating only that, right? So that diversity is something that is important. Is it possible for us to give this 5 A's approach is one thing that we looked at. For getting diversity, the food environment to be addressed, then you need to have availability, accessibility, affordability, and acceptability and accommodation of the diet that is available. This is a study that we have done. Based on this study, we've assessed all these, and contextually we developed what is to be given. We listed all foods in the villages that we worked, seasonally, where are they available, how far are they available, geo mapping of the stores and markets and other things. What we realized in this 5 A's approach paper is, it is not as a researcher what you think is affordable, what you think is accessible. The person who is to buy also should think it is accessible. मैं decide करूंगा 300 meters के करीब है तो easy है, they can go and get. But a lady or a person who's trying to get vegetable for their family should think, oh, 300 meter chalna hai, leke aana hai. So although it is theoretically accessible, if the person is thinking it is not accessible, then your accessibility, ensuring accessibility has gone for a ride. So what do you need to do? You need to ensure. So what we have done in these villages, we've observed that these villages have one weekly markets. Some of the villages used to produce green leafy vegetables. Farmers used to produce green leafy vegetables. But none of the villages bought green leafy vegetables from him or used the green leafy vegetables that were being cultivated in that village. We didn't realize why. Then we did these studies, focus group studies, observation studies. Then we understood that these people are seeing how they are being cultivated. वो गटर का पानी लेता है, सुएज का पानी डालता है, ज़्यादा केमिकल उस पर डाल रहा है. So they are waiting for this weekly market which is set up in their village. Weekly in villages around Hyderabad, weekly markets happen on Monday in one village, Wednesday in one village, Tuesday in one village, where they get lot of varieties of vegetables. So they buy some varieties of vegetables. But what is happening is they buy fresh vegetables. First 2 days or 3 days they have fresh vegetables. उसके बाद आलू, टमाटर and प्याज. Mostly आलू and प्याज. Why this is happening? Because there is no refrigeration possible. Shelf life is very less. Green leafy vegetable first 2 days में चल रहा है. Then we spoke to the village head. We said, can we get the market twice in a month, in a week? At least a shorter market. Like if there are 50 vendors coming on day 1, let 10-15 vendors come on day 5 or day 4. So there is more availability. And then encourage these, cycle walas and push cart walas to come and then sell in the market, because the villages have different dynamics. If there is somebody setting up a shanty in the village, they will not let somebody else to come and market. So all these had to be addressed. So to change an individual or a child's diversity of diet, we had to work at the panchayat level. So that's how the levels of communication should work on. So, and then another problem with science, especially medical science, is that things change very fast. What is true today, till about 6 months ago, dairy fat was also being considered very bad. Now dairy fat is okay. No heart issues. Saturated fat from dairy is okay. And trans fat was bad always. But science keeps changing. And somebody said fat is the biggest culprit. That is it. Now the studies and understanding in public health are showing that sugar industry pushed fat as a villain long back in 50s and 60s. And they made celebration of every day an important thing for us. For us, we used to celebrate festivals. What is the first thing that comes in festival? Sweets, right? So the market has put in such a way that your life has to be a celebration every day. So what are you celebrating? Eating sweet, eating chocolate. And they said fat is a villain. Let's push sugar. Today now we realize refined sugar is the villain. They're saying fat is okay and needed. According to dietary guidelines, so the fat is needed for about 30 grams every day. Get this fat from different sources is what we say. Do I have? Yeah. And then this is dynamic. So we keep changing our views. So people are not actually very convinced that these scientists are mad, and then they're changing their views every now and then. So it takes a lot more to prove your authenticity. and these are some of the studies, I'll not go into details. When the risk is very high, risk perception is very high, people are likely to absorb any message that you say. For instance, in COVID, what has happened? Everybody said, you eat this, you eat, turmeric, you have jeera, you have something else, pepper, and people started doing everything because the perception of risk that it can happen to me also was very high. But when it comes to nutrition, that perception is very low. So we have to sometimes work towards enhancing that perception of risk also. I'll not go into these details. This is a study that we have done on social media. We looked at the food scares that are propagated by media in 2017 or 18. Then we realized these are some of the scares that are propagated. Pesticide residues and especially colors in watermelon. And also we also see those videos that कोई हार्मोन इंजेक्शन लौकी को दे दिया और फ्रिज में लगाया, लौकी नेक्स्ट डे निकाला तो इतना बड़ा हो गया, फिर बाद में फ्रिज में नहीं जा रहा है वो, है ना? And the redness of the watermelon is because of some color that has been injected. Try and inject something in a watermelon and see it next day. Next day watermelon will not be good. If you make a hole in watermelon, it will not stay longer. Its shelf life becomes smaller. Some are true, some are not true. We assessed how it changes food habits. But when it comes to Maggie, when it was, some 5 years back, it had an issue. The issue is different, but people said, Maggie hai, to chhod do. People left it for a while. But when it came to fruit and vegetable, artificial ripening and other things, they thought every market is selling the same thing. Main kahan se change karunga? So they continued. So people are also very intelligent. Their food habits are different. And then also, this is another study, but the gist of this is that there are 4 scenarios that we come up with. In these 4 scenarios, high risk perception, low self-efficacy. Self-efficacy is the perception of an individual about the ability to practice what you are trying to suggest. So if I think I cannot do what you are suggesting, even if I think I'm at risk, I'll not do anything about it. Or there is another scenario where there is very low risk perception. Mujhe kuch nahi hoga. Like my uncle, 82-year-old uncle who drinks and smokes, if nothing has happened to me, nothing will happen to me. So and probably I can't do what you're trying to say. I am happy with the way I am. So low perception, low self-efficacy. Then high risk perception, high self-efficacy, this is the best scenario. किसी का risk perception भी high है and they are also willing to do what you're trying to say. That is when the intervention works. So you'll have to see where each one is. If the low risk perception is there and ability or the thinking ability to, their ability to, or their confidence to say what they can, do what you're trying to say is high, then work on improving the risk perception. Then definitely it will be taken up. So these are the scenarios in which we can work. So I'll not go into details. This is a ICT related trial. If some of you may think apps are really good, they'll help us keep track of our nutrition, then this study proves you should be a little careful about what data they are using. This is a case study that we've given. 22-year-old woman wanted to lose 500 grams in 1 week. What diet she should eat? Somebody said only 1995 calories. Somebody said 1200 calories. Somebody said 200 calories. 1200 calories. If that woman was following the second app, she would eat only 1100 calories. According to NIN, it would be totally different. So similarly, count what you eat. So we gave a model data to app and then said, assess its nutritive value. What Raghavendra was saying some time back, you did diet survey and we gave the entire diet of a person that has eaten 2 apps, top 20 apps in Google Play Store. If the correct center one is the correct estimation line, you see some of the apps have estimated it 1900 calories more. They said this person is eating 4000 calories. Imagine that person believes will stop eating what he or she is eating. Some have predicted much lower, 1000 calories less. So they will eat more. Both the ways it is bad. Then we realize what is the problem. We looked at their databases. Their databases are not authentic. They are not from NIN or from any authentic sources that are there. They are sourcing data from Indonesia, Malaysia, some other place, restaurants, other people who have created, chefs who have created everything at one place, and then that mixing up of data is giving this kind of thing. So there are different things. And then ultra processed foods is one thing that is being talked about. India has increased ultra processed food consumption. Every year we are spending 13 to 14% more on ultra processed foods. If you see the advertisement, how much they do, the pink area is what FMCG goods all together spend. 26,000 crores in 2023 they spent on advertising. Of that, 20% was spent on food and beverages, and that too in digital media and televisions more. So these are the highest spenders. You take 16 of them 10 make foods. Coca-Cola, including Ramdev Baba, Parle, Patanjali, Amul, they all make food and they're spending so much on advertising for foods. And advertising comes with different things, sometimes rational appeal. That, you are deficient in vitamin D, you need vitamin D, so this particular milk powder has vitamin D, you have it. You are deficient in protein, so it is very rational. It appeals to you very rationally. And somebody says you will get 23 vital nutrients from 1 spoon if you add. How much you will get 23 nutrients from 1 spoon? You better source these 23 vital nutrients from different varieties of foods. Imagine only 1 spoon adding in something, you are getting 23 vital nutrients. You will get little bit of everything. How much of it is absorbable? How much of it is useful? How much of it is good? Emotional sometimes. If you like your children, you have to give them a sweet, no? If you love your sister, you have to give them a Rakhi. You have to give them what? Celebration. You have to give them celebrations. If you go to a relative's house, earlier we used to take fruit. Today we take Haldiram. Today we take something else. Ice cream, sweet, cake, whatnot. So these are appeals that they make. And then sensory appeals. Some woman feels the mango is so good that she tells you about Am Sutra. Like some sutra, okay? And these are many of these, they spend a lot of amount getting to that bliss point in food. Every advertisement that you see of a crispy wafer being broken, salt flying like this, or biscuit in which milk is flowing and the strawberries are coming from other side, all this looks good. If you pour milk like that in the house, your wife will tell you to clean it. So it's not really good. So the bliss point, they spend a lot of money, and this marketing is happening in your doorstep, and they are being made available everywhere. The remotest village that you've gone to, you remember, close your eyes, the shop that you've seen had all the chips hanging outside. It had all the colors of colas displayed, but probably it didn't have one guava, one mango, one banana, some grapes or nothing. So this is the reach of marketing. And we are thinking, this is an initiative that we are doing to increase. So to change children's food environment, what is to be done is what we looked at. In this, we are doing policy level advocacy to ask for more taxes on HFSS foods. That's why in the beginning I said we are worried that salty foods are now being taxed less. Sugary foods are being taxed more, we are happy. But salty foods, fried foods are not. So we are asking for these and bringing labeling to the front of pack labeling with symbol. Like you all know veg and non-veg symbol very easily. But do you all know the numbers? This much protein, this much fat, how to calculate it? If you are eating a 100-gram pack, if you are eating only half of it, how do you calculate it? It's all boring. It is very difficult. So we are saying get simple symbol based. Tell us how many stars are there on this food. Tell us whether fat wise this is red or yellow or green. Or tell us entire food, if I eat, this is good or bad for me, healthy or unhealthy. So that labeling many countries are using. We are trying to get that in Indian scenario, working closely with FSSA, but it is again going back and forth with industry, with public health groups. A lot of push and pull happens, but that level of advocacy is required to come to this. So this is all Let's Fix Our Food work. I'll not go into details. I'll just, in the interest of time, one thing, sometimes there could be unintentional or unintended consequences of communication campaign. Sugar boards, you have seen recently, CBSC, ICSC, WCD ministry, and then ICDS, everyone has been asked to reduce sugar. It's very nice, good initiative. But what the media has twisted it to be is that humble samosa and jalebi are being targeted by government. Because they are being produced by street vendors, low income, it's fine. We are just saying jalebi is jalebi. You make it at home, outside, in packet, in a sweet shop, everywhere it has sugar. The point there is about sugar. It's not about who's making it, whose livelihood it is. It is just an idea to get that It is not you look at these posters, anywhere jalebi is some fourth or fifth in that. The first one is cola. Let it be cola, let it be jalebi, let it be burger, let it be laddu that your mother makes at home. You should know that if it has sugar, it has sugar. HFSS food, that's it. घर में बनाने से लड्डू कोई अमृत नहीं बन जाता है ना. So I remove sugar and I put jaggery in it because jaggery farmers are there. Yes, we give market to them. The idea of creating an awareness about sugar is that if I like laddu, I may stop at having one if I know that sugar is not good for me, instead of having 3 or 4. We are not saying don't have laddu, deprive the guy who is making laddus of money. That is a wrong way of, and governments got into it, political parties got into it. A good initiative. That's the reason why government probably fears now to even reduce namkeens or bring namkeens into higher bracket. There could be a backlash because it's all samosa. And somebody said, we eat rasagullas, let our people eat how many of our rasagullas they eat. It's good. Let them eat. Nobody is interfering with the freedom of choosing your food. Culturally, you need to have your food, no doubt about it. But you should know the food that you are having, if it has any nutrients of concern, whether it is homemade, outside, restaurant, packed, unpacked, street side, everywhere it's the same. क्या चीनी street vendor बनाने वाला चीनी आपको कम harm करेगा? Same is the effect, right? It will not cause any less effect. So if you are aware, you will have less of it. That's it. That's the idea that with which it has been pushed. So this is all the media campaign that has happened. Humble Jalebi is being targeted. Samosa is being targeted and things like that. So we think we have a lot of liberty. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is we have a lot of liberty to choose what we want. So we are very free now, unlike our elders. We can eat what we want, right? But your choice is fixed. What is available to you in your vicinity? What is seen? So there is sometimes a need to communicate to change the choice architecture. That's where the sugar boards in canteens in schools are trying to address. So if you make a teacher tell student that sugar is, I know of many CBSE schools in Hyderabad, we are trying to do a follow-up study on whether this has really impacted on. Birthdays pe toffees and chocolates distribution is now removed by most schools. No cake cutting even if it's a teacher's birthday in the staff room. It is being done in many schools. They said they're asking children to distribute pens, pencils or erasers or sharpeners to their fellow students. Some children are not liking it. उसने उस समय पे 5-star chocolate दिया, dairy milk दिया, मुझे तो pencil देना बोल रहे आप. But they are still, ultimately if it becomes a school policy, it is good. Otherwise in a school there is a birthday every day. Somebody or other will have a birthday, right? So 2 chocolates is equal to 2 teaspoons of sugar straight away. Okay. So these are some things that we have to look at. See a child's food environment, how it is. I have seen a notebook being sold online and then it reached home. Turn the notebook backside mein Lays chips ka advertisement tha uspe. So that's where children are not being up. You speak on digital media, WHO has come up with advertising and marketing of unhealthy foods on digital platforms, guidelines for governments. Why? Because you speak about these things. You speak about these things and then your AI has already caught. If you talk about, say, going to Bhubaneswar, yesterday I was talking to my wife. So today morning when I opened my Facebook, it says places to visit, restaurants to eat, food to taste. It is listening. Or you are searching for it, it knows what you want. It dishes you out the same thing. So that's how children are being targeted, maximum target, and that's why countries are coming up with policies now. UK has come up with a policy where below 16-year-old children, no social media. Australia has come up with it. Don't use no phones for children below 16 years. And Australia has come up with South Africa has come up with the policy. Brazil has come up with the policy. Below 12 years, no child can be used for advertising any food, healthy food, unhealthy food, no matter. Children should not be used as icons and models for selling foods. These are the policies that we need. Where do we work at? Don't blame the child, work at a higher level. So that's where you should think broad for communicating where all you can. So this is one approach that we've done. There is some concept called food porn. Food porn is When you go to a nice bakery or a hotel, when your pastry is displayed very well, you click a picture and put on your social media. A lot of adolescents do it. You search food porn on Insta, you will have so many lakhs of feed. And we thought, why not? It is usually unhealthy food, a nice looking pastry or a ice cream decorated with something. Why not display healthy foods like this and try and create Insta groups and see if it makes children think that they have to, children are not children, adolescents who can use Insta. That is a group that we used. We worked only with about 250 children in about across the country. Virtually, we created a platform wherein we used to show healthy foods, core foods, non-core foods, what we call. Core foods are healthy options, non-core are unhealthy ones. We showed core ones in food porn style. So we have seen that there is an intention to eat has increased. It is natural that you present anything better, it will be good. But through social media, hashtagging, it also creates a group of people, and also it increases aspiration value around the food. So that is what we tried, and the paper is now under revision and under consideration with the journal. It's working, but this is the concept that we published in Indian Journal of European Journal of Clinical Nutrition. So this is how it is, and then what works? This is simple message from an age-old Lancet paper. They said hand washing के लिए क्या काम करता है? They have done reviews. Finally, they said simple education, no impact, not much impact. Just giving education, telling people wash hands, you use soap, use water. Second thing there is the reminders. It has little more effect than just teaching. Then performance audit, whether you're doing or not. If I monitor you, you will do it till I monitor. Afterwards, sustainability is a problem. Next is giving soap and rub. Some effect, good. But after you withdraw giving soap, again, we don't use soap. Then there is some studies which have looked at adjusting the sinks and getting them closer to the people so that they don't have to put more effort. That has no clear effect. But when they combine many of these approaches together, soap bhi diya, reminder bhi diya, education bhi diya, then the effect is little stronger. So that brings us to a conclusion that communication will always work when it is multifaceted, and all the things, including an individual level behavior to a surrounding or a choice architecture level behavior, is taken into consideration for your campaign. All said and done, इतने साल 20 साल से कम्युनिकेशन रिसर्च पे काम किया, कुछ तो भी बदला? Did I change anything? No, that is an exasperation that we have not changed. But you remember, communication से सब कुछ नहीं बदलता. It is a necessary condition, but it is not a sufficient condition for change. Lot of programmatic changes have to come. So it has to have all these facets: policy advocacy, vendor level education, household level education, children, schools, and consumer behavior. Finally, I say that we need 3 major skills to be able to choose healthy or unhealthy wherever you're eating, home, outside, or whatever. What makes your food unhealthy? If you know more sugar, more fat, more salt, less fiber, less protein, less micronutrients, you will be very conscious. Number 2, if you are able to source diverse diet from your locally available foods, it will definitely be cheaper. It is not difficult. So bring love and passion for your locally available foods, how you can use it. Third and most important skill, government is trying its best to create a lot of information on the labels. Don't ask me if they give right information or not. First, you start reading labels, you can demand for a right information. Have you heard about food farmer, Revan? What did he do? 50 years on, we were drinking Bonvita. That guy into 2024 read Bonvita label and said, "Isme 30% sugar hai." Every 2 spoons that you are drinking, you are getting almost 10 grams of sugar. So he said almost 6 or 7 grams of sugar. Then he said 30% sugar hai. And then he said, we are drinking sugar. There are no nutrients in it. Then the company slapped cases on him, put high court cases. But he stood by his ground. Bonvita had to reduce 15% of sugar. It has been brought down to, 16%. It has been brought down to 14% sugar in Bonvita. So 1%, and then he did Label Padega India campaign and more of those things. So one individual, he started reading label. When you start reading label, you can question. You say label padna mushkil hai, then you will not do anything. Okay, these are the 3 skills that we need to learn. Read Indian dietary guidelines. They are very important. They are available on our website. Thank you very much. Sorry I took a long time. Any quick questions? Okay. Yeah. If there are no questions, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question regarding the food insecurity and nutrition insecurity. So there is significant proportion of the people, there are food insecure. So we are talking nutritional security for them or those who are rich?
Nutrition security for everyone.
Yeah.
Food insecurity is only the first step. But most of our new studies and also government data shows food security is more or less now taken care in Indian scenario. We have to work towards nutrition. Nutrition security is for everyone. Even it is not, it is, some foods are financially, I mean, they are income elastic foods are there. With income, they change. But the problem is even there is no data which shows if you are rich, you are eating diverse diet and nutritionally good diet. It is not happening. So that's the reason why nutrition security is for everyone across the classes, not just for, probably you need to put in more efforts for the poorer sections of the community, that you have to diversify their basket that is being offered to them. So that's why it is important.
Because in last 5 days, I have been like, there are many anthropologists and they have said some field experiences. So they found in tribal area, they cannot even afford to uh, uh, get the 2 square meals. So how we can like talk
See,
nutrition
where
security
there
for-
is a requirement of meeting the minimum meal, their food security is the first step. Okay, there the food security is first step. Then it has to diversify into nutrition security. It's a must for us. If it is not an individual's responsibility, it's a responsibility, collective responsibility of the society to ensure that nutrition security is met for them. Yes, as you said, there are some communities which cannot afford even a square meal, but the problem is that it is not only them who are responsible for their condition. Right? It needs a lot of other areas. So we have to work on advocating for those changes around them to ensure that nutrition security is enhanced. So that's a collective responsibility.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So what has been the recent trends of communicating about food adulteration by ICMR and in recent
Food adulteration largely comes into Food Safety Standards Authority of India's domain.
Okay.
We are only an advisory body to FSSAI. ICMR or ICMR-NIN is an advisory body to FSSAI. But we've been working closely with Food Safety Standards Authority of India. The trans fat regulation or the colors related regulations that are there. NIN in the past through its studies has contributed for all those additives, colors and other things. Now even related to nutritionally safe in the sense less of trans fat and other things are all NIN's policies that are NIN's research studies that have contributed to formulation of policy in FSSAI.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hmm.
It was a brainstorming session, like your theme, reality to rhetoric. So my question is, what practical indicator can we use to measure in real time whether nutrition communication efforts are achieving real impact beyond awareness rising?
It all depends on what is the objective with which you set out your campaign. So if it is a multiple campaign like what the Wings trial did or what we are trying to do now with community engagement for non-communicable diseases in 6 sites, then the indicators are how your engagement at household level, at a community level and community engagement have impacted the outcomes, say the incidence of hypertension or diabetes in those areas. If your entire campaign's aim was only to raise awareness, then only awareness will raise. You cannot expect other things to change because you have custom made your campaign only for that purpose. So it all depends on what you set out with. That's very important. So those indicators you will have to create for yourselves before the campaign is rolled out. As to what do you want to see at the end? Do you want to see change in awareness alone? Do you want to see a change in the habits? For instance, the food safety study that I showed at household level. Our outcome indicator was to reduce the microbial load in the foods that are prepared at home and in the hand washes of the food preparers or handlers. So when we did our campaign of 5 keys and then said these are the 10 different things that you have to take care at household level, we ensured with repeated counseling and other things. When we went back, we found almost like 58-59% reduction in the microbial load of the foods from the baseline to the end line. That too taking all seasons into consideration. So it depends on what is your indicator that you set for yourself. There is no real-time indicator as such. So see, if it is distribution of a tablet or something like that, you can say these many people have got, you can do AI thing. But if it is raising awareness, how do you address? Is it 5-point raise, 1-point raise, one issue related awareness or whatever? That is a difficult question to answer. Okay.
Sir, I was not clear about the cooked food being refrigerated. Sir, apart from the safe handling like washing your hand, does it reduce the nutritive value?
No, there is no evidence that cooked food, when it is refrigerated, will reduce the nutritive value. But the safety should not be compromised. There are ways in which that was also part of the campaign. If you have stored food in the refrigerator, take out only the amount of food that you want and ensure the temperature of the refrigerator is maintained. That's about 4 degrees. So you take out the food only that you want to eat, especially of the cooked food. Heat it to an extent of 70 degrees so that 672 or something like that, so that microbial, because if most people, what they do is they take out the food from refrigerator, cooked food, keep it outside to room temperature to thaw, then heat it. So the microbial contamination happens at 40 degrees, 30 degrees very easily. So what we suggest is take out refrigerated food, heat it immediately. And when it is hot, consume it. Heat it, whole heating, not just like microwave, it happens outside. Latent heat also should be there. Then consume it. And there are a lot of households who, when we said this, they take out the entire portion, heat the entire portion, eat whatever they want, retain some and put it back in the refrigerator. No, that is again a bad practice. Take out the portion that you want to consume and heat it immediately and consume. That's the best way.
And sir, how long can we keep this?
We have seen in the same study cooked food in South India's, or maybe probably our entire thing stretch is almost the same in terms of tropical temperatures. It is okay till about 6 to 7 hours outside room temperature, cooked food, if it is handled well. In the sense, multiple people not handling, hands not touching, cross contamination not happening. If you keep a cooked food in lid and properly covered container, it is okay for about 6 hours. We assessed at 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. But till 6, it is okay. After 6, slowly it starts getting little microbial load. But some foods little higher, faster. But some foods can even stay up to 8 hours. It's not a problem.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you all for your.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very interesting talk. Sir, please sit. So I think after many months or years, after lunch session was so interactive and so interesting to see and not to sleep. So with this, sir, please sit. May I now call upon stage Dr. Saurabh Bhattacharya. He is the Chief Nutritionist, UNICEF Odisha, to please facilitate our speaker.
Somebody is clicking a picture. Oh, great. Okay. He's a photographer, is it? He does do photography. Okay. Thank you. This is nice. And this is specially designed for camera photos. Have customized. Sorry. ये हटा दीजिए हाँ ये इसको देखना ये थैंक यू वेरी मच
Okay, so we will have a small break for tea and then again reassemble for the next session.
Please settle down. सब आ गए? Okay, so very good afternoon. We have come to the last session of the workshop. Okay, so today is the last day and this is the last session of the workshop. I hope it has been very nice for all of you, a very good learning session. So many learning sessions and you have already done the whole half of the day as a, what you call fieldwork, then hands-on and analysis, all these things. So coming to the last session, we have a very different experience. We are going to have a very different people in the dais who will be, who are not as the pattern we have seen mostly academics or policy. So to introduce two of our experts along with Saurav sir, we have already had Saurav sir from UNICEF. Now I introduce you two of our experts from two different organizations. We have Dr. Chitor Guha Sarkar. Sir is a seasoned techno-commercial professional with deep expertise in agri-input science, plant breeding, and research management. He currently serves as the head of agricultural development at Tata Trust, Mumbai, where he manages projects worth over 500 crore, reaching more than 8 lakh marginalized households to sustainably improve their livelihood. Dr. Sarkar holds a PhD in genetics from the Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, and has over 2 decades of rich experiences spanning both the corporate sector and the development domain. His career has included leadership roles in Monsanto, Bayer, SmartChem Technology, and Coromandel International, as well as global experiences in Saudi Arabia, Africa, and China, covering seeds, plant nutrition, biotech, and sustainable agricultural system. An accomplished professional, Dr. Sarkar has contributed significantly to hybrid crop development, research management, agri-tech innovations, and livelihood improvement programs. His work has been recognized with numerous global honors, including awards from Monsanto, Bayer, and international forums. Beyond industry and development, he is also deeply engaged in CSR, corporate social responsibilities, consulting and mentoring future leaders in agriculture and sustainability. So very good afternoon, sir, and we heartily welcome you to this dais and this particular 5-day workshop. This workshop is largely about the various perspectives of nutrition, where we have tried to expose our students. Largely, they are from nutrition, they are from social science, they are from biosocial science, community medicine, and we have like it's a very diverse student setup, or public health also. So I hope you people will definitely love to have him in our session. So, sir, please have your speech. So to introduce our next expert whom we have in this session is Mr. Binu Cherian. Sir, please. Sir is we are really, sir, happy to have you here with a very short period of time of communication and contact. Sir is the Senior Country Manager for Harvest Plus in India. A flagship global program under the CGIAR initiative that develops and promotes biofortified staple food crops enriched with essential vitamins and minerals. Globally, these crops benefit over 365 million people and are recognized as one of the most cost-effective solutions to address micronutrient deficiencies and hidden hunger. Mr. Cherian holds a master's in agriculture and a master's in business administration, bringing together scientific expertise, business acumen, and strategic leadership. At Harvest Plus, he provides direction to accelerate the introduction, commercialization, and adaptation of biofortified crops in India, directly improving nutrition and public health outcomes
is one of his, what you call this, all responsibilities. Under his leadership, Harvest Plus has partnered with 164 organizations reaching more than 15 million people with nutritious food and engaging over 3 million farming households across the country. With extensive experiences across India, China, and Africa in commercial agriculture projects, sustainable supply chain, and food system, Mr. Cherian has been instrumental in bringing science, market, and policy to advance nutrition sensitive and climate resilience agriculture. So, sir, we are really happy to have you, and we are very thankful to you. You got your time, and in a very short period, it's a really great honor to have you. And now I invite Dr. Saurabh Bhattacharya to the uh, the person who doesn't need an introduction already. He has been there with us everywhere. So, friends, the best thing is if you see how we have moved ahead, we have tried to keep all sorts of big shots in this workshop, and we have tried to make you understand how nutrition is highly multifaceted, not is a single way, right? You see it from growth, nutrition to food labeling to communication to now we are looking into agriculture and nutrition, how these are also quite interlinked with each other. So I hope this session will be also another eye-opening session for all of you. And as we saw the session with Suparna Madam, she was talking about so many multidimensional dimensions. So I think it is a specific session which will definitely contribute to that understanding of the larger thing that she was explaining. So try to understand it in its own essence. So, sir, it is now all of you three to take the dice. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Shubhendu. I think the last but not the least is a very interesting session. In fact, I would like to draw the linkage with what Dr. Subbarao was mentioning. He was talking about nutrition, behavior change, communication, and he did mention that it is so essential to keep our plates diverse. He mentioned that you do not try to get all your nutrients from one teaspoonful or one cupful, but rather diversify it with various natural elements. And what are the natural elements which gives us nutrients? क्या है? क्या देता है हमें न्यूट्रिएंट? क्या नेचुरल चीज हमें न्यूट्रिएंट देता है? हाँ? क्रॉप्स, फ्रूट्स, वेजिटेबल्स. अगेन रिसर्चर्स तो थोड़ा सा ग्राउंड लेवल में आके कॉमन मैन जैसे सोचो. तो हु can be but the best to talk to us about food systems to very erudite professionals who have been working in the field of agri-nutrition. And also to start this session, we have a professional from the Odisha Livelihoods Mission. Sudhira is here with me, Miss Sudhira Rath. She handles a program called Swabhiman, which is about engaging with women self-help groups to improve the nutrition outcomes for women, both before pregnancy, during pregnancy, and after pregnancy. We call it pre-conception and post-pregnancy nutrition. So what do we do about nutrition for adolescents? What do we do for nutrition for pregnant women, for women with children who are newly born or who have children who are 2 years of age? And what are the interventions? One of the very interesting intervention is how do these systems work with women farmers to improve the quality of crops being grown either in communities or at the backyard of the house. What are the options? How do you look at backyard poultry as a rich source of nutrient for women who are specially vulnerable or at nutritional risk? So without saying much, I invite with a big round of applause Sudhira to come and make her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Sudhira Ratha. First of all, I will like to thanks the RMRC to that I am being here to with you to such a diverse group to know. Basically, I learn a much by being here within 30 minutes. I able to know many things from this one session, and I want to share my experience. So I don't think how it is helpful to you or not, but I just want to share my experience and lot many things to learn from you only. So thank you once again. So before going to my presentation, I just want to introduce to my department and also how we collaborate with UNICEF, the role of UNICEF. Basically, I am from Odisha Livelihood Mission. This is a program of Government of India called it is DNRLM, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission. It is called Ajivika. In the name of Ajivika, it is implemented in throughout all state and United Territory. And in Odisha, it is called Odisha Livelihood Mission. This OLM, NRLM is being implemented in Odisha under the society called Odisha Livelihood Mission under Mission Shakti Department. Sorry, just a minute. And in 2016 and 17, basically this objective of this Odisha Livelihood Mission is to enhance the name itself is self-explanatory, is livelihood mission means enhancement of livelihood. The promotion of livelihood means to enhance the income of the rural household through promotion of livelihood. But for promotion of livelihood, different kind of activity has been undertaken at the village level, like agriculture, horticulture, fishery, goatry, livestock, and farm livelihood, non-farm livelihood. Many kind of livelihood intervention has been undertaken under Odisha Livelihood Mission. But gradually, after many years, it was realized that the mere raising of income is not serving the purpose for which the program was designed, because ultimately if you ask you the program is to eliminate poverty. That means we don't want to see a poor people in our rural village. Then how do you see a poor people? If you think about a poor people, what's come to your mind? In your imagination, what's come to your mind? The poor people. Can anyone define what a poor people looks like? Malnourished cannot be seen. Like, just can you please explain a little bit more? Malnourished, that means, am I looking malnourished? Then why not? Then how does a malnourished look like? Sorry? Not audible. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yes, different from other population. And anybody can please elaborate little bit more? Suppose you think don't just leave it the poor people, a poor household. How does it look like? Basic necessity means if you enter a village and how can you assess that household is having food or not? How can by seeing? How can you know that? By seeing a household. You enter in a village, you see a household, and you see a village. Suppose there is a household, is a pakka household and kacha household. Is it an indicator of the poor and non-poor status? Might be, okay. And some person, suppose you call a meeting in the village and some people are sitting, and some are sitting in the front row, some are sitting in the back row, some are participating and some are not participating. Then if you notice the person who who are not participating, and they are the most vulnerable section, they are deprived of all the benefit because of they don't have any information, they don't have any access to any information or any services. They don't have confidence and voice, they don't have voice, they're voiceless, and they are the people who are ultimately the poor people do not participate only. And like I was asking about the how do you feel the poor person, the appearance? If you think that lean and thin, without cloth, a kacha house, and more a single widow woman, more dependent person, and these are small land holding and or landless farmer. These are some of the indicator of a poor household in a village. So if the livelihood mission is aiming to enhance the income of that rural household, then our target of this rural NRLM is to the poor and poorest of the poor of the rural village. And if you try to enhance the income, then we promote, we support different kind of livelihood. So, and the mandate of NRLM is to promote at least 2 livelihood options, that if the primary livelihood hamper, that household can cope up with from the secondary livelihood. And after interventing into 4 to 5 years, it was realized that only raising of income is not solving the problem, because the poverty means it is the elimination of poverty means it is at the end of the day this should be lead a quality of life, and quality of life doesn't mean only enhancement of income. It requires food, it requires education, it requires information, then the nutrition, access to sanitation, hygienic, and all these things. It includes a quality of life, and only if you increase the income, it may not lead to their living a better quality of life. So in 2016 and 17, through the technical support of UNICEF, we, the NRLM in Odisha, implemented a program called Swabhiman. So this is just a okay. So in 2016 and 17, with the support of UNICEF, we implemented the program Swabhiman. And Swabhiman means the name itself is it is the respect, self-respect of the woman. Basically, this program is designed for in a 2 tribal dominated area of Odisha, that is Koraput and Angul. So these both the district were basically tribal dominated, where the health indicator was very low, and we implemented this program in a pilot way in Koraput and Angul district. So the program is initiated in 2016 and 17, and but after the program was initiated in 2016 and 17, but now the program is being implemented in throughout Odisha, but it was implemented in only 12 gram panchayat, 6 gram panchayat of 1 block of 1 district. But this program, the major target group, the target group was adolescent girl, newlywed, pregnant women, and mothers of under 2. If you see the 4 target group, there is a concept, there is a term newlywed. This newlywed means you can understand the adolescent, you can understand the pregnant woman, you can also understand the mothers of under 2 years of child. The newlywed means in Odisha, not only in Odisha, other part of the country also, this under 18 marriage is very rampant. The adolescent girl marry below 18, but this under 18 marriage cannot be addressed overnight. So many of these under 18 children, girl are also get pregnant immediately after they get married. So to address those issues, we introduce a target group called newlywed, those adolescent, whether it is under 18 or above 18, who are getting pregnant immediately after marrying. So this is the newlywed, those adolescent girl or those girl who are marrying between the age of 18 to 21 and within the last 1 year. If they are and these marriage has been happened in the last 1 year, for that one particular year, they will be treated as newlywed, and all kind of counseling will be given to the newlywed couple, not only the girl but the couple, because the Swabhiman, the main motto of this program Swabhiman was to also to reduce too more or too soon pregnancy. That means too soon means immediately after marriage. Too many means no family planning, and too early. Too soon means there is no spacing between children. So this is the main motto of one of the motto of the Swabhiman: too early, too soon, and too many pregnancy, to reduce these things. So this is the 4 target group from which Swabhiman was working. And this is the malnutrition cycle. if you see the life cycle approach of a human being, the adolescent period is very crucial and very important. We can the adolescent, if you many of the as for the NFHS data, the adolescent anemic is more than 50%, and this can be addressed only through if you target the adolescent at the right time, because if the adolescent is anemic, later on that anemic girl will be pregnant, and she will deliver to a anemic children, and again that children will be anemic. So this cycle will continue, and malnutrition cycle will continue in the life cycle approach. So that is the way. Out of the 4 target group, the most important is the adolescent, and we target the adolescent from the very beginning. So, and lots of intervention has been taken for the adolescent, and because as NRLM is working for the self-help group, the major factor, binding factor for the self-help group is the saving. But the adolescent don't save money because they don't have any earning sources. So what are the binding factor which bind the adolescent into the program, so that we can address we can delay their marriage. So if we link the adolescent to our program and build their capacity and link them any kind of skill training program, those who are dropouts from the school, we link them to the skill training program, so that they will be able to get some more time to think about their life instead of marrying immediately after drop out of skill, get married by their household. So this is the one of the life cycle approach where the adolescent is being addressed, so that we want to break the malnutrition cycle by addressing the adolescent at the right time. This is the implementation framework of this Swabhiman program, which now implemented is the Food, Nutrition, Health and WASH program. This Swabhiman program implemented through the technical support of UNICEF in 2016 to 2022. Later on, gradually, government realized that because it was implemented in 3 states of Odisha, Jharkhand, Odisha and Bihar. And based on the successful implementation and outcome of the Swabhiman program, because there was a baseline, there was a midline, and there was an end line. Very reputed institute, IAPS, Indian Institute of Popular Science, Indian Institute of Medical Science has done the end line and midline survey of this program. So based on the outcome of the program, Government of India recognized and it is tried to scale up the program in all states. And now in Odisha, this Swabhiman program is being implemented as the name of Food, Nutrition, Health and WASH program. And it is implemented throughout all 314 blocks of Odisha or across 30 districts. And the major strategy is, there is 2 types of strategy. The first one is system strengthening, and second one is community-led activity. Because if you see the most of we are not doing any duplicacy of program, because this NRLM is not the service provider. Basically, this women issue, the health and nutrition issue is being addressed by the dedicated department of Government of Odisha. There is a WCT department, there is a health department, they are dedicatedly working for that. But there is a gap in the service delivery. And this gap, through NRLM, by our community support staff, we want to bridge those gaps, so that the service delivery should reach to the last mile. And for that, we strengthen the system. Basically, the ICDS field functionary, all those who are not mobilized to BHSND. BHSND, you must be aware about, it is a very important platform at the village level, which address the more than 80% health issue of the rural area. It is called Village Health, Nutrition and Sanitation Day. It is implemented by both the department, Health and ICDS, and the AAA, ASA, Anganwadi and ANM implemented this BHSND. And basically this ANC, PNC and all the immunization, all these things are done at the BHSND level. Earlier, the adolescent were also participating in the BHSND, but nowadays it is the Kishori Divas. The adolescent is being addressed through Kishori Divas in every Saturday. So this system, through system strengthening, we try to identify the gap. Who are the person who are not going to the BHSND? Then we have a community support staff called Poson Sakhi at the village level. At present, there are around 52 or 53,000 Anganwadi, but at the same time, under Odisha Livelihood Mission, we have 51,000 Poson Sakhi. Each at every village, one person Sakhi is there, and they are already trained on all this food, nutrition, health, and wash aspect. They mobilize, they try to mobilize the target group, that is the due list. For the VHSND, every month there is a due list. The pregnant lady, the lactating mother, who are supposed to attend the VHSND. This is the main job of the ASA and Anganwadi. But in spite of that, they didn't turn out to the VHSND. So our Poshan Sakhi, though they reach the main strength of OLM is the outreach is more, because we can reach to every single household of 314 village and 6,800 gram panchayat of Odisha, because our CRPCM do meeting with every month with all SAG member of a village. In that way, she knows every household, single household of her village. So she mobilized all the target group to the VHSND. So the gap between the service provider and the service taker were minimized through our Poshan Sakhi. Then you identify there is a tab called MUAC, mid upper arm circumference, through which it is a very simple tool which can assess the nutrition deficiency of a adolescent and a woman. If the MUAC is less than 23 centimeter, it is roughly, you can calculate that they say that the risk, the woman is at risk. And if for the adolescent, if the MUAC, the circumference of the mid or upper arm is less than 19, then the adolescent is at risk. That means at risk for malnutrition. So our Poshan Sakhi identify the at-risk adolescent and at-risk women. And after identifying the at-risk women and adolescent, they link to different kind of services, the like health department, the ICDS, Anganwadi, counseling, and all kind of services were given to the at-risk household. And this is the system strengthening. Besides system strengthening, we also conduct some community-led activity, which are the core component of our NRLM, because we know which is SBCC, the social behavior change communication measures have been adopted, and we must be agree the behavior change is a very tough task. It cannot happen overnight, because you have to trigger every single day. You have to sensitize them, you have to be with them, you have to aware them. So we for every month our Poshan Sakhi conduct a meeting called it is Maitri Baithak to all the SAG member. The one Maitri Baithak is happened, and there are 12 module of it Maitri Baithak, and every month there is different topic she discussed with the SAG member, and through this Maitri Baithak she tried to sensitize the women member about the health, nutrition and wash issue they are facing, and how they can be eradicated, there can be changes at their level. This is the community-led activity. And third thing is for the adolescent. Basically, at the village level, the girls are, after getting puberty, they do not allow to the playground. Basically, the playground is dominated by the boys' child. But we want to break those tradition, and we organize the recreational sports activity for the adolescent, so that the adolescent will get a chance to come out from their own. They can participate in the village level sports and recreational activity, and it is a very interesting tool through which we can bind the adolescent to our program. They are very much interested. We do competition, Poshan Rangoli competition, Poshan competition. By that, they are very much interested to be with our program, and so that we also able to give them some kind of skill training, life skill training, different kind of sensitization, menstrual hygiene, reproductive health, sexual education. All kind of information is being given to the adolescent through this meeting, and by this binding them to the sports and recreational activity. And some social rally also been conducted time to time, and this social rally, the theme of the social rally is vary from place to places based on the pertaining issue of that area. They organize space. Suppose in one of the district in like in Odisha, the Nayagarh, the sex selective abortion was very high. Once in it was a time when the Nayagarh district was high in sex selective abortion. So it was the topic will be for female feticide, no to female feticide. This is the topic of the social rally. Well, the girl dropout, child dropout rate is very high, then there the social issue will be no girl dropout. Because in a field visit, we in a tribal PVTG area, we must be about a PVTG. In a PVTG area, when we went to the tribal school, then we interacted with the headmaster of that school, and we came to know that after the 10th pass, 22 girl child has never taken the board certificate. That means they didn't go to the higher education. If the metric certificate is not taken by that girl, that means either they have get married or they are not pursuing the higher study. So by that we also promote by the adolescent meeting, we also link them to higher education, how we counsel their parents that how to they can be pursue higher education in the due course of time. This is some of the community led activity. And this is the system strengthening. That means we cover food security, entitlement, health service, nutrition, and water and sanitation issue we address. And through community-led activity, this is rolling out of monthly training session, which is called Maitri Baitak, SBCC meeting, organizing community event like sports and recreational activity, which I have already covered. And this is the most multi-sectoral approach, which is through different department, what kind of intervention we are dealing with different, like food and civil supply and what WCD, we improving maternal diet and like quantity and diversified diet. For health intervention, for prevent micronutrient deficiency and nutritional anemia. For health, access to antenatal and adolescent health services and care for at-risk. And for also for health, access to family planning measure, and for PR and drinking water, access to drinking water and sanitation service. These are the core department. So these are the core department. Other than this, we have also converged with agriculture, horticulture, fishery, animal husbandry department. So there are also, but these health and WCD and ICDS and PR and DW department is the core department through whom we try to converge and get the services linked to the target group. These are the key achievement under adolescent girl. This is the baseline and midline finding. If you see the basically by the mobilization and meeting at the SAG level, you can see the first one is the second one is the received deworming tablet, and the intake household having towel and boring, and the usage of sanitary napkin. That was the issues. The usages of sanitary napkin was not at there in 2016. I am talking about the village of the Pallahada block of the Angul and Koraput Sadarbar, Koraput district. There is the sanitary napkin is not used by the girls. But after our meeting, day-to-day meeting and our sensitization, this was well accepted by the adolescent. Not only adolescent, all the women of the reproductive age group, they also use the sanitary napkin. That is the results has been given in the midline and baseline data. Like access to health services. This is the which I am talking about, the BHSND. BHSND is a regular platform of the health and ICDS department. They are dedicatedly assigned Anganwadi is there to mobilize the women. But the people did not turn out to the BHSND. But after our Poshan Sakhi mobilized, this increased from 11 to 63%. So you can see what are the impact of this program at the grassroots level, at the field level, and where the BSSND is a platform where more than 80 to 90% health issue has been addressed by the health department. So this is the, I'm not getting more details to the, okay, sorry. And this is the key achievement under pregnant women. This is the figure, the knowledge and family planning, which is very less in the among, which has increased through 30 to 72%. I'm little bit faster. This is the achievement of a mother of under 2 children, and you can see the result. This is mothers under SAG fold. This is given, it is 28% to 56%. It increases. Sorry. And this is the improvement in nutritional system. If you see the overall nutritional system, this is the adolescent girl mean BMI has been increased from 18 to 18.9 to 19.7%. So you can see from the data the impact of the program from the two assessment. This is the some key early achievement of the Midland survey. And this is the main called Dasa Sutra. Under SAG, we practice Pancha Sutra, regular meeting, regular interlearning, regular saving, regular repayment, regular loan repayment, regular record keeping. It is called Pancha Sutra under SAG. But in Odisha, we implemented Dasa Sutra. Beyond financial transaction, we go to the health and nutrition issue. Health, nutrition, entitlement, convergence with department, diet department, and convergence with PRI and CBO. These are called the Dasa Sutra. Beyond the financial transaction, we go to the other part of the SAG also. This is called Dasa Sutra. This is the adult world which I have already mentioned in my sorry. Then this is the linkages with services. Like after identify the at-risks, that is means the MUAC is less than 19 for a adolescent and less than 23 for a woman. This is the linkages we done. That is the ration, the public distribution, the ration, we link them to the household ration card, then ICDS take home ration, then BHSND participation, and also counseling done by our Poshan Sakhi, then health camp and food demonstration. This is the food demonstration is one of the important activity, because through demonstration they able to know about the diversified food, because there are lots of plentifully local food available, but they don't know how to prepare the recipe. Like they are using, they have already, they remove the ragi from their plate. But instead of that, we want to, in the food demonstration, we demonstrate how to prepare the ragi pudding, ragi cake, ragi laddu. All these things can be demonstrated in the food demonstration mela. Then also toilet consumption and usage, how it is important to improve the toilet consumption, usages of toilet, then promotion of sanitary napkin, backyard poultry. That means we all promote them to poultry at their backyard, so that they can access to nutrition at the daily they can access the nutrition. Then backyard kitchen garden. Kitchen, it is a very important component under the food nutrition health wise program, because you can access the leafy vegetable, fresh vegetable from our backyard. If you don't have also land, you can promote in the gunny bag also, and in your rooftop also. So these are the different kind of model, because time doesn't permit, so I only showing in this way. So otherwise it is a very vast subject, the backyard kitchen garden. Then home visit and counseling, our Poshan Sakhi go door to door to the at-risk household and counsel all the family member how the nutrition is important for her, and also not only for her but for all the family member. Then family planning and services, we also counsel both the male and female about the family planning, and also IFA calcium consumption, deworming tablet supplementation and consumption. This is the linkages to different department after identification of the ethics women and adolescent. And this is the collaboration with different department. So this is the glimpses of some picture, because the moringa is, we promote SEDNet nursery and give moringa plant to every household, so that they can have their in their backyard. And this is the MUAC, this is the adolescent girl, this is the Poshan Maha. The September of every month is observed as the Poshan Maha, the community level. And this is the adolescent, the menstrual hygiene day. It is celebrated at the field level. Yeah. This is a small video about the program.
Hi, Mondappa Gram Panchayat, Swabhiman Center, sure.
Thank you, Sudhira. This was, this program is very huge actually. To even appreciate the expanse of this program, you actually need to visit the field, because यहाँ पर खड़ा होके आधा घंटा बोलने से प्रोग्राम का एक्सपेंस भी समझ में नहीं आएगा. And ये प्रोग्राम का initially, I was actually involved in designing this program with the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Ministry of Rural Development and NRL, National Rural Livelihoods Mission. One of our donors used to fund this program. So when the donor team came, they said that you are talking all nonsense. This cannot happen. ये पॉसिबल नहीं है। इतना क्या सारे चीज बता रहे हो, सारे चीज में इम्प्रूवमेंट, बट आई हैड माई कन्विक्शन, इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ आधा घंटे यहाँ खड़े होकर बात करने से शायद ही आप लोगों को समझ में आएगा कि क्या लेवल में काम होता है। सी द बेसिक background about this program is it is run through the women self-help group platforms, which are very powerful information and knowledge and empowerment centers within the village. So they can do a lot of things, self-help groups. So what we said is that if self-help groups are able to move systems to give a lot of things, why not they start advocating for their own nutrition themselves? So they're in the concept of identifying women at risk. जो last slide था, which was probably the most important slide, identifying women at nutritional risk through MUSC or through BMI, and then supplementing them with various government-linked schemes, providing them backyard kitchen garden, changing behaviors, because tribal area में हम देखे थे जो mainly वो लोग grow करते हैं सब बेच देते हैं. It's all about economics. पोल्ट्री अंडा घर में मिलता है बेच देते हैं. तो ये सारे चीज जब when they start growing and they start consuming, and you can see what changes has been made. This is now being scaled up across 314 blocks of Odisha. It is not a very small achievement, and my full congratulations to Sudhira and my colleague Rashmi. ये काफी इसमें मेहनत लगता है. I mean, if I were to tell them their working hour, they start work sometime probably around 9 official time. और end कब होता है I won't tell, because I get calls from Rashmi at probably 9:30, 10 in the night. कल ये present करना है, ऐसे हम model करना चाह रहे हैं. So it requires a lot of hard work, and my thanks to the Odisha Livelihoods Mission. Going further, now I would request Chitor Guha Sarkar. Chitor and me, we go back a long way. We were students of agriculture several years back. He has been doing very good for himself. He is now with the Tata Trust, and they are implementing a lot of very interesting innovative projects around food security. So Chitodda, I call him Chitodda. So Chitodda, over to you to basically show us the linkages, how these your interventions actually lead to good nutritional status. Thank you.
Thank you, Shourav. Before we start, I think it's been 5 days, right? It's quite heavy for you all with a lot of information being thrown at you. So we'll try to make this a little lighter. Firstly, whilst I put up my presentation, I really want to thank Dr. Shuvendu for this opportunity to have me here to speak to you. I think it's a diverse group that you just mentioned, and would like to, before I go and start, like to know a little bit more of the group so that then I can put my focus and talk such that it actually becomes more useful for you. And I'll be conscious of the time because it's already 5 and I see 5 o'clock.
So, sir, I do the job.
Okay. So we will, yeah.
Make it brief. So usually we have largely 2 sections. One is professional, largely those who are in job, and another is who are the PhD students. And
so Dr. Shuvendu, I'll interrupt just 1 second.
Yeah.
I just want to get them more active. So if everyone can just stand up.
It will take time, sir.
No, it won't. I won't take much of your time. I know I'm conscious about Mr. Cherian also coming back after this. So just to stretch your legs, I think that's part of health and nutrition also, right?
That is good.
I think you've been sitting, you've been getting bombarded with a lot of information. The earlier session was also quite exhaustive. You must be thinking now, I go back home, what should I cook? What should I tell my kid to have? Right? You always be thinking like that. There's so much information now. So just while I'm putting this up, those who are from urban background, those who are in cities and towns, can you please sit down? Coming from cities, towns. Okay. Those who are from rural setup, that are more from what Madam was saying, little away from around 50, 60 kilometers away from town. They can sit down. So you didn't get the question. I'm saying those who are actually brought up from cities and towns, be it from Bhubaneswar, Cuttack,
You may be other cities around the country from there. You may sit down. Those who are not can stand up. So the group, if how many I can count, there are 5, right? Or 6. So 6. So those who are this 6 would have really understood what madam was saying. Right? You've got a picture. Those who are not would have to look at a movie, what a village looks like. Now you understand the context, what Dr. Rao was saying in the afternoon as to what food should be on the plate and what madam was saying, what is the situation down in the villages. Please sit down. Okay? So now I'll come to my presentation. It'll make it easy for you now. I have not put up a very big presentation for you. I take this opportunity actually to share work from the organization that I come from. And I'm indebted to be with them. It's a really privilege and opportunity for me to work for an organization like this. It's called the Tata Trust. I'm sure you must have heard of Tatas, right? From salt to whatever you may call it. But that's the business part of it. Okay? From steel to whatever it is. The trust is totally different. Now you cut off the business part and look at trust as a nation developer. Okay? And I go back to the words of our founder, Jamshedji Tata. In a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder in business that they do, but in fact, it is the very purpose of its existence. So these words were said back right in the 1800s, not today, where we talk about CSR, we talk about philanthropy, we talk about National Rural Livelihood Mission, the government's efforts, all to uplift our society to equanimity. Because if you look at the nation today and what we are composed of, on one side we have PVTGs also living, and one side we have the high-rise buildings and luxury class also living. But this divide is huge. And there's no right or wrong. This is the development progress in life across the globe, where opportunities have come, people have used themselves, the natural resources, not everywhere is the same, and have progressed in life. So there's no right and wrong in this. But as human beings, we are here for a purpose. We are born here for a purpose. And that's what I think in whatever we do has to bring in thought process as to how I'm contributing for that purpose. Okay, so I'll start with this. And thanks to Saurav, he actually included me. He said that this is a health organization which you work for. You're talking on a nutrition topic, and I am coming from somewhere from agriculture. So what is the meaning? So I try to link the system, and what he rightly very said. What's important for your health is what you eat and what's on your plate. And that comes from where? That cannot be made from a computer chip factory. That has to come from the ground. And that comes from the farmers' fields. So the food systems and how food is made, if you've gone to the market, I'm sure everyone has gone, it comes from grain. That grain itself, what we eat, is also seed. But there is a little difference in how that is built, so that one seed gives millions of seed which comes as grain, that comes to our food plate, we cook it, have it, get nutrition, and we are healthy. So this is the food chain, this is the link. Now the food would be just not only the grain, there are multiple options. Human beings have actually evolved trying to see whatever is around them and try to make that as a source of nutrition. For the plant, it is different. It has put in roots on the ground and started sourcing whatever it needs and the water and sunlight and made food for us, for itself. And then that's what we realize that can help us. So that's the genesis of everything. So here I will try and just give you an experiential journey to see how the food and seed system strengthening actually could alleviate poverty, which Madam also had touched. Someone in the earlier session also asked this question. And to provide food and nutritional security to our nation. So that's what I will try and do very quickly. So what is the trust working on? Major thematics, I said, how can I link it? Healthcare is the biggest support system that the trust work on. You've heard about the cancer hospitals that are coming up across the country, the non-communicable diseases that we work on in different sections. And there is communicable diseases that we also work on. We work on elder care, mental health issues. Then there's also the health strengthening system across from the primary health centers, things like that we work on. There's also education. Now, education is again not about just, there is about building the IISCs, the IIMs, the IITs, everything is there. But other than that, at the ground level, broadening the access to education, deepening the learning, also developing teachers and strengthening the system. So these are core areas where we work. And when I say I work, the trust doesn't work on its own. It works with the development sector, NGOs, and partners with the government on the ground. So we are just co-program designers with them, as what also UNICEF does. We work with UNICEF agencies like UNICEF also, so that we can co-design the actual problem issue which is on the ground, programs that the last mile development agencies take to the ground along with the government. So that's how the model works. Now come to the nutrition part. That is again system strengthening. There's fortification, policy and advocacy. All things that you've already heard about, nothing new. Now how that links into this is the livelihoods component. Now only earlier, our human beings and family used to try and source for themselves. But it doesn't work only for eating, right? You need to have clothes, you need to have education, you need to have other things that will support your life. So it all depends on the agriculture that they have, especially I'm talking about the rural setup. There's water conservation and irrigation management systems that we work on, livestock development and fisheries, community institutions, which Madam also touched upon, there's crafts, there's financial inclusion. What is the core of all of this, which sometimes connects everything, is the need of water. That's actually the core thing. Wherever there is water, you will see there is progress. Now the problem is there is too much. If you've seen the news in the last 2-3 days, Punjab, which is a bread basket, is underwater. So there is excess, which is also not good. There is deficiency. 50% or 60% of our country are dependent on rainfall, which is unpredictable. So our food systems, everything depend on that. So the more the possibility of getting water in terms of access, then security, as well as sanitation and hygiene. These are key components that would actually drive the whole economic circle of a family. So that's also a very key component that we work on. Now, when we talk about something like what's on your plate and what defines what's on your plate, it's also a striking reality to look at what is the poverty index of our country. Okay, there has been statistics done, and earlier we called it BPL. If some of you may have heard of BPL, right? The below poverty line. So in that stats, it was said that anyone earning in a rural BPL 35 rupees per day. Okay, so can you imagine what 35 rupees can get you today? That was defined as those who are under the BPL. Okay, and 25.5% of the rural setup was considered around this under this category. But said this is not enough just to say that you earn 35 or more, then you actually not clearly defining. So there was a thing done on the socio-economic status, okay, census. This is on the same time. So what said this was any family household earning less than 5,000 rupees per month. Okay, it comes to 60,000 rupees a year, something like that, across all things like wages, whatever you grow, whatever you earn from anything, that was. So it comes out to around 75% of the households kept on falling under this category. Then came the Niti Aayog saying that this doesn't define poverty because there are other things that actually are factors to that. What was that? It considers the health part of it, the nutrition part of it, the education part of it, and the income earning capacity. So putting all together, this multi-dimensional poverty index was created, and you've heard about this. So now, on an average, 25% is considered who fall under this. Okay. So overall, if you look at this, apart from this, there are areas where there's pockets of poverty also. Not everywhere has this. If you go into a village, you'll see even how the socioeconomic status is about the family. Even if you go across in a district, you will see there are pockets of poverty there. Not every place is actually developed. So that is one thing. There's disaster prone, which I talked about, you floods, there are droughts, there are landslides, all of this also come. And then there are resource starved areas. When I say resource starved areas, the natural resources is not as good as it is in some places where land holdings are much larger, the topography is much flatter, you can create more economic outturn from there, there's water availability, the weather patterns are much better. So those are considered as also indices. So now give you a little background of what it meant to trust. And I'll take you back to the 1900s. Okay. This is when trust had initiated the poverty alleviation program. So today we are in 2025. 125 years of work which has gone behind by the trust. So it started off with we found that this means that time our founders found that this was a real big issue. And that time they anticipated this, we are actually not serving the whole population as it should be. So they did a study with the London School of Economics in 1912-18. And that research actually got out the first foundation which the Tatas pledged that whatever they earn from this country through whatever business they make will be pledged. That's how you know the 66% or 2/3 percentage of the Tata Sons is actually dividends go into these trusts. And every bit of this amount gets into nation development work. Okay. There were two trusts formed later on. There was in 1932 called Dorabji Tata Trust. Before that, it was Sir Ratan Tata Trust founded. And there were few more trusts which came up with the time as and when they progressed, the organization progressed. And that time it was mainly in terms of rural development, a charity type of work. So whoever had come saying that I'm working in this area, trying to do something, make a change, the trust gave support for that. And that's how you see a lot of NGOs who were built around this seeding money. Okay, it needs resources and a commitment. So that's how it was. It was charity for development. Over time, from 2001, it moved from charity. In 2005-11, there was more MBAs who had come in and strategic thoughts, and the IIM Ahmedabad had put in thoughts as to what should be done. And that's where I think the trust floated organizations specific to the region. Okay, so regional differences were there. Pardon me for the small font, but I tried to capture that as much as possible. And there were organizations floated. So if you see few organization names like CINI, CMF, CSPC, there was one called Livolink for Orissa region, Southern Orissa. So things like this, organizations were set up and a full-fledged programs were set in to the communities that were not getting touched. So no one, the government is able to reach there, no the NGOs are able to reach there. So the trust floated organizations like that with specific programs, specific for the region. Because if you know the agroecology differs, the socioeconomic conditions, their education, everything differs. So keeping that in specificity. Over time, those have progressed and there were programs developed. So you may have heard about some of the programs called Lakpati Kisan. The Prime Minister also now speaks about Lakpati Didi, if you've heard about that as a new program. So these have taken time to develop. It's not just a one-day effort. It's taken 5, 10, 15, 20 years to develop, demonstrate. Then the government would come up and say, okay, this can be scaled up across India. Then you have the rural development departments and other departments taking up these things and comes in the program. So like everyone trying to develop the program, which is a national scale, okay? So below are just some numbers as to see like how many crores of money this trust is spending. Don't bother about that. That keeps ups and downs based on the priority of the trust. But overall, if I have to consider, there was last year programs which were funded around 130 crores. So across the country. So that's the scale that we try and operate on. And almost around 8 lakh households are being touched directly. When we say touched means we directly work with them to make a change. So what does this all mean with the rural? When I asked you to stand up and think is that a rural development setup needs a lot of things. It means it's a very complex, and what Shodo mentioned that just a half an hour talk will not say, but I'll try and give you a perspective. So technology is in the middle of things. It may be an old technology, which may not be so sophisticated as we do in using mobiles today, but it was a technology. It was some innovation to improve, okay? In that way you think it. Then there's an economic point that is to be considered. There's an education point to be considered. There's a health, there's infrastructure. So all of this makes up the setup for the rural setup. Now, in everything we cannot work, right? So there are some priorities which we have taken in rural livelihoods, which you'll see highlighted in the colors. So community institution 1, the basic economy part of it is agriculture and horticulture, where you can have crops growing or fruits or vegetables. There could be livestock fisheries. There could be skilling entrepreneurships. There could be trading as well as marketing for that, and non-farm activities. But if you look at the other things, and why I'll tell you that, in my previous slide, I show you we have specific thematics for health and nutrition and things like that, right? But other than that, there's also some other things which need requirement, like transportation of the product. If there's no road connection, it's very difficult to get things inside or get things outside. Then the irrigation part of it. But overall, if you see, malnutrition persists still, no matter how much we have developed. There's almost around 34% of children who are stunted. That's the NFS data. 57% women are anemic, as well as agriculture role in nutrition is actually very crucial, very underutilized. Okay, so take that as a point as to how we can improve that. So that's the idea. So what should we focus on? So why food systems and seed systems? Why is it important? Basically, if you see that 80% of these farmers are smallholders, and they are depending upon local seed, because from both sides, because see, once Dr. Shubhendu introduced me, I have a huge experience in doing corporate research and understand what corporates look at from where they will put that 100 rupee investment to get their profitability. And it's a way of life. There's nothing wrong in it. The point is that if I have to put 100 rupees and take a way out, will I go to the closest place and see where best I can get it, or I will go to the furthest place? I will go to the closest place, right? So the research or the reach of the product doesn't actually go for the last mile. In our sense, we call it that's the first mile. But since business doesn't allow that, they have to depend on local seeds. So local varieties, traditional varieties, Trojan systems, all of that on which they depend. The other thing is that those seeds, since it is not researched by good researchers or the organizations that do innovation research, have actually, one is access. So poor access means they have to use their degraded, or I would say over the years, seeds, which also are low in productivity. So it's a vicious cycle. The low productivity means there's less food which is coming out, or less good quality food that can come out from that. And also the fact that people have moved to monocropping. Now, earlier there were larger farms. Here there are smaller farms. If you have to say in a small farm, you have to do multi-cropping and also raise economic returns out of it, it becomes very challenging. So they have fallen, the easy way is, at least when the rain comes, we'll put paddy, and mainly the men will go out to work somewhere else. So it's left on the females to do that, and they will come back and harvest and at least have their grains to support them over the year. And some generation of income comes from the work in other places or other sectors. So these actually create nutritional gaps also. So these are key factors we have to live with. When I said 86%, you can understand what, and these are small marginal farmers means less than 2 hectares of land. Okay, so the patch of land, and these are again diverted in places, especially if you can look at Odisha, you will see there are in other places also, the topography is different. One land is here, one land is somewhere else. It is high on the hills, it doesn't get any access. So all of these are in part of that land parcel. And with population, it keeps on fragmenting. So after generation, it breaks off, right? It keeps on getting smaller, smaller, and smaller. So food system strengthening, how do we try and make it nutritional sensitive rather than just production? One way is to try and see how you can do regenerative agriculture, which would make and keep the nutritional components in a better way for us to consume. The other way we've talked, some of our earlier speakers also talked about diversified cropping. So can we put millets, pulses, some vegetables in the nearby? They can be fruits in terms of agroforestry, kitchen gardens, madam talked about. All these dietary diversities also include livestock, right? Backyard poultry, fisheries, dairy, whatever was there, and try and make as much as possible a diverse diet for themselves. And if they can produce more, they can also sell that. It may not mean sell it to outside also, it can be selling within the community and then generate exchanges around that. So for all of this to work good is actually seed strengthening system. So how that can be done? It can be community seed banks. So access to the traditional seeds, because in that small patch of land, for the farmer to also produce, sell or eat and also keep seed, it is very challenging. It's not possible at all. So we'll have to think for a community system where everyone can contribute a little and that can be used as the next crop seeds. So that can be some ways where people are trying to make models around that. Then improved seeds that come in from researchers, how that can be multiplied and also used as and stored in the community seed bank so that that can form a local circular economy, if you can call it. There's then talking about stress tolerant varieties and biofortified crops, and my fellow speaker will also speak to you much in detail about how Harvest Plus is doing. And we work hand in hand with them on the ground in wherever we have. And I'll share you some output activities that I've done around that, okay? And after all, we said that we will reach the first mile to maintain their dietary needs, as well as through looking at seed entrepreneurs and FPOs. So FPCs or FPOs we call it today, is how they can actually run this business of serving their local community, but having seed entrepreneurs also, because for seed to be developed has to be also grown previous season, right? You need to have a place to grow that. It cannot come from just outside, or you use the other part of the countries to get seed in. So that's how it is done. All of this links to the seed and food systems, and it affects the nutritional and health outcomes. So better seeds would have better crop diversity, have dietary diversity and improved health. And finally, integrating these approaches through livelihood programs is the key for the success of it. So very quickly, this is what our trust is actually trying to work on. We actually work with very vulnerable households, especially women and the marginalized groups, in order to achieve resilient, diversified, and dignified livelihoods through community-driven solutions, be it agriculture, water, livestock, enterprising, and social security supported by digital inclusions, innovations, technology, climate-smart practices. This is the problem statement that we have taken. Average household per capita income is around 70,000 per year. We talked about that. But in tribals and other poorer segments, you'll see that goes down to almost 20,000 a year. Now you can imagine what can come out from a income like this for them. Farm size are decreasing, and the weathers are becoming even difficult. There is also loss of topsoil. When I talked about floods, things like that, that's the actually life. The seed gets life from that, from which food grows. And the erosion and climate vagaries actually affect the soil. And also the population engaged in agriculture is actually getting older, falling on women, because this is the lopside of development also. The more you educate your kids, the more chances that they will work for more other jobs than taking agriculture or work on the farms. So that's the challenge. So if you look at the 172 million rural households, 65% of this actually fall under less than what you call 1 hectare, which is a huge amount. So our outreach or work is happening where we are addressing these issues across 4 really vulnerable sections of the country. If you see the colors, one is the flood-prone regions, the Himalayan regions, the tribal-dominated regions, and the drought-prone regions. So that's where we are actually putting the effort and the investments, I would say the trust grants, to the communities that are, to the agencies that are working with the communities there. So next 5 years, what is the focus? Because there may be some who are development professionals or trying to work in development professionals. So is all about gender and equality lens. So we try and look at that where women and marginalized groups as the priority. And we have divided into very focused groups. As I said, climate smart agriculture and allied livelihoods, where safe food production is our motto to try and develop safe food production. Uh, these are biosafe crops, regenerative practice being used. Uh, we actually also try to inspire youth going back to look at agriculture or farming as a business or enterprise rather than just a taken for granted profession. There are other activities around that with cost savings and all. The idea is to try and take them to 2 lakhs per year annual income across all segments of their opportunity. There is again a big focus on livestock. Livestock is one way a dependable source of income when natural calamities happen or when there's a need in the house, someone needs a medical attention and things like that. Usually the villagers sell off their animals and try and cope with that. But that is also affected by diseases and a lot of other things on which they bring into big loss and poverty cycle, go back to poverty cycle. So working on that. There is non-farm opportunity for rural tourism, NTFP, crafts, things like that. There's sectorial capacity building and innovation through building CBOs, also trying to take them to agroecology so that they can have a more sustained way of doing activities in the community. As I said, water is the key. So water and conservation approaches is our big focus. Tribal development for the very ultra poor, around 25,000 or so is the numbers that working on. Then the compassionate projects. There are very much projects that need I would say requirement on gender safety, gender violence, child conflicts, human trafficking, things like that. And also research projects. And we work with a lot of CGR organizations also, as well as the Indian organizations to try and build capacity around things. So overall, it's about trying to harness public infrastructure for financial inclusion and technology markets and also using this as an extension service. So very quickly, now just few more slides. I will show you just a pictorial thing of what it's doing. So there are some flagship programs which have been developed by the trust in the rural livelihoods, which will relate to biosafe food production and livestock production that then contributes to impacting the nutrition and health outcomes. So right side, you will see just these are little dated numbers. That was for the previous year, and these have gone up. But more so, you see around agriculture and livestock households that are working. And the flagship programs are like climate smart agriculture and allied livelihoods. We call it CSAL. There's a Lakpati Kisan model. There's a Tata Dairy mission. And I will talk a little bit about how circular economy can be done. We are trying efforts, not yet there. It's very easy said than done. So seed strengthening systems, some of the live projects that are working on. So if you see, this program is working around with 4 lakh households. It's about trying to build sustainable agriculture livelihood programs. And the map on the right will show you where these programs are based, around 60 districts, 21 states at this moment. And while we talk, there are many more programs each year which are getting built up to see that we can reach the last mile or the first mile that we call it. The pictures below show how the women empowerment are happening in our areas, maybe in better paddy or better wheat, seedling entrepreneurs to get better vegetables. It starts again from the quality seed. You see groundnut, you see vegetables. These are all growing by the women, and they are actually serving their communities as well as probably coming to our cities to feed ourselves and have nutritious food. The Lakpati Kisan model, it started in 2015. I would say before the concept started in around 2005, 6, and then it moved on to in 15, 21. 5 years, it was a very intensive work happened in 15 districts. And this is the Central India tribal belt. If you have anyone from this area or have visited would know how difficult this tribal belt is in terms of resources as well as in terms of what can be done. So in these 4 states, around 1.1 lakh households were taken, but the effort here was to put multiple livelihood options available to them. not only agriculture, it's half-acre land of doing intensive agriculture through seedling entrepreneurs that were developed that give good quality seedlings for vegetables. The other was try to also give them some goatery, backyard pottery, or any other option. I'll show you the next slide, which will give you very clarity on what this is, and taking their incomes from around 60,000 to 1 lakh per annum. Still, it is very less, but still, at least something. It's almost double. So we could manage around 50,000, 49,000 something households that could move. Then the second phase is currently on ground, again on the same principles, but on a higher level. So once the base is done, we try and move that to the next higher level. So the target now is actually to take them to 2 lakh, 1.6 to 2 lakh income, and they use multiple options to help them from the market angle, help them from the entrepreneurship angle, from the technology angle, as well as the financial inclusion angle. So all of this would help not only their livelihoods, but would help them get a better dietary diversity, help them in education. Their kids are going to school, they're getting water sanitation for better health. Also, this will help in trying to bring more equality in the economic and social development in our space. So that's the idea. So very quickly on the model I talked about just before. So if you look at these 4 states, if you look at the agriculture basket, it's about trying to have more vegetables so that that's quickly generating money for them and also have better food or nutrition on the plate. There's livestock, different options of livestock. Not everything works everywhere. So wherever there is an option of goatery, there's goat interventions happening, or where there's backyard poultry or a piggery, or there's dairy cattle. Then there is NTFP, which is around something called lac, tusher, and things like that. And then there's a rural entrepreneurship model. So that is actually driven with keeping the health of the animals also right through Pashu Shakis, using them to give finances, digital Sakis. All of this also works. And finally is the community institution, they are the owners of this institution. So they are driving it for themselves and making it a business rather than just an activity for them to keep going where they don't have any other place to go. So that's the change that we are trying to make. I don't know if you've heard about this, but it's a dairy initiative of the trust, which actually, if you've heard of Amul, so Amul is the big baby who actually moved this way. But there are small babies which have been put up, like these milk producer companies in these 17 districts. And some of these names are Sakhi, Induja, these Ruhani, Asha. These are also working in the very far-fetched areas where the milk generation is trying to be collated, aggregated, and used for business opportunity, also is better food for their area. So almost around 30,000 members are involved in this. And these are actually women-driven farmers and their own companies. Okay, so if you get a chance, sometimes come to these areas, please call out and try and visit them. You'll be surprised to see how these village women will take you out through business plans, what they are doing, what they plan for, how they are marketing. They sit on board meetings. Things like that are happening on the ground. So ever get a chance, please go and visit. You'll see how much woman empowerment is happening with these. So if you look at this, the layering is about around 40,000 kgs per day. They are trying to work on dairies. And 98% of this is women. So if you look at the animal, looking after the woman animal, to milking, to taking it to the collection centers, getting them money, it's all digitized also. They get it into the bank accounts. All this is happening. These are some of the little efforts we are trying to put to see how we can change the source so that better nutrition comes from the source. So there is research happening in ICMR-RMRC where there is a high oleic oil content. It says that it is actually good as olive oil. So there's varieties which the scientists have developed. We have taken the seeds to take it to the communities, grow it with them. See, they can produce the seed and that automatically gets into the food system. They may be eating it, but it will come to us also. So that's the idea. We've touched with BARC, ICMR-RMRC, working with that. But if you look at the figures, I don't know if you're able to see the figures on bottom. From 2020-21, we are trying to build that up. But if you see after 22-23, you'll see there is a dip. Now, any reason why there's a dip? You say it was doing so well. It was going from 500 farmers to 2,200 farmers to 46,100 farmers. Suddenly it started coming down. The biggest challenge is trying to get good quality seed at a timely manner with them. So that is where I think we should be trying working on to see how those system strengthening can happen, so that automatically this takes up and we get good quality food being generated in the farms itself, which ultimately come to our place. And then how you eat it, you want to have it in a fried form or a boiled form, which is better nutritious, that's your choice. So giving the choice to the customer is also important. So if you look at the pictures there, the farmers are growing it, the produce is aggregated by the FPCs, given proper, I would say, weight and value to that, and that also is taken as a seed. So storage is an issue, so we try and work on those, and these are actually circular economy that can work in the villages. This is again zinc fortified wheat, thanks to Harvest Plus. Mr. Cherian and his team had been supported to work with us in UP. And if you look at the picture below, again, the same issue on the data, you'll see that seed is the concern. Seed researchers can only produce to a certain amount. After that, it has to be taken through the community and then scaled up. But it's been still done in the aspirational districts where the wheat is grown, and that goes is they are also developing atta, which is actually being bought out from the local shops there, and they are also having that, which is actually then in one way helping their nutrition. The other is QPM maize, which is a quality protein maize, which we are trying to promote, and giving training and development how to actually do procurement, the soil parameters, things like that. Pulses millet, this is a example of the Uttarakhand hills. So we've gone to Simla, right? Or Manali and all, we've enjoyed the landscapes there. But if you have critically looked at the farm levels of the land and how the women or they work, they have very small patches of land, and that's unrelated and all. And from there, we try and help them to work on pulses and millets. Some of their products have been organically certified. High demand in the market in places like Delhi and others, but also being internationally sourced. Potato is one of the things, one of the staple foods we call it, but I think there is some work also happening in the CGRs with trying to improving potato for its nutritional points. So these will also come in, but for that, an ecosystem needs to be developed. The seed production also needs to be developed for potato. There's been talk about kitchen gardens, so how vegetable crops and kitchen gardens can be promoted, and also other vegetables. So these are some of the examples. Fruits and orchards. So if you look on the left, there's a program that we are running in Uttarakhand, which is high density apple orchards. So usually apple orchards are quite large, but it is very close spaced apple orchards where it starts fruiting from the third year itself. So that gives economic return, also a very good nutritious component, like alternative for them. Fruits like papaya, banana, these are all opportunities for that. There's vegetables, again, onion seed production, supported by the Almora Institute there in Uttarakhand. Our organization called Himothan works there. There's mushroom cultivation, again, another source of income as well as dietary nutrition. Overall, I think with all of what I've said, I think there is still challenges on the ground. And again, it's challenges around and policy gaps. So basically how the core thing is how the seed source is very limited. How that can be worked on to see how we can improve the access as well as quality. There are weak value chains also. If you go to someone and say, okay, you grow this rice variety, which is 20-30% less yielding, and not that if that is also being sold as economic return, the farmer would not like to take it, right? So things like that has to be done, and they need to converge with programs like Poshan, NFSA, Abhiyan and all, so that local and circular economy linkages can be done. If the MSP or a better price can be given to those farmers who are doing that, why not? They will do it and also secure themselves, and our food chain also changes. So things like that need to be thought of. Policy and partnership recommendations would be support the community seed banks. There's, I don't know anyone from, most of them from Odisha, there's a gentleman who runs a very long program for 40 years. He's Dr. Debal Deb. You may have heard of him. He keeps almost 30,000 varieties of local seed with the farmer communities. And he runs somewhere in Koraput, if I'm not wrong. People like that are very less, and he is very called out saying that I am 40 now, I've done this for 40 years, I don't have the energy and fund or resources to do this anymore. Now, things like that becomes a matter of concern, because the more lesser the diversity we have, the more challenges of facing natural calamities and also disturbing our food basket. Promoting biofortified foods and indigenous crops is important. The midday meals, how that can be linked to local economy. Now, usually, if you look at midday meals, it is sourced centrally, right? And the product actually comes from the local, goes to the sourcing, goes somewhere else, gets made into a midday meal packet or whatever it is, and then comes back to the same place. So if this can be decentralized, and the procurement, processing, and also going back to the ICDS system of the midday meals can be a new thought of process that can also reduce all of these other things and get a local economy running. So that's something to be looked into. Multi-stakeholder arrangements, obviously, with the community themselves, the government, the CSRs, development agencies, research organizations, all have to come together. Scaling would be, I think, to look at first 3 years to try and strengthen the system, and then integrate it into the food system, and then policy mainstreaming would be very important. I call this a beehive model. Why a beehive? Anyone can tell me why beehive is taken as a example? So beehive is because if you've seen how the bee community runs, there is a queen, right? And everyone follows that queen and protects that queen. All workers go around running, get the things, get back to the house, and they safeguard their community. So that's what I think a model is needed for us if we really have to look for food and nutritional security for major of our masses. The pictures on there are actually for a very few people. The KFCs, the burgers are very fortunate few people that look into that and have to look at. There's huge amount of people that actually even don't have to look at that. They have to actually first look at their own plate and see how you can get the basic meal on their plate. So I'd like to end here with the statement that a healthy life starts with a nutritious food, which begins with a healthy seed. So let's together try and build a resilient food, seed and food systems for a nutritious India. So if we can do well in our agriculture production or whatever, agri and allied, if I can call it, I can get a square meal to the plate of a family, I think there will be happy children and a happy India ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharkar. So without wasting much time, I would request Binu to come over and make his presentation around biofortified foods. I know it has been a long day, but I think this will give you a lot of food for thought once you go back. All of these are available on YouTube as well. Links are there. Please also see them during your free time when you go back and you need to refer to some of them. These are words of wisdom spoken by people who have been practicing this for several years now. So, Binu, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again for the invitation, Dr. Shubhendu. And I'll skip a few slides which consist of data in the interest of time. And so Harvest Plus is a part of the International Agriculture Research Center, what is called as CGIAR. And CGIAR consists of almost 15 centers which all work in different aspects of agriculture. Harvest Plus is almost a 2-decade-old idea. It starts with an idea, a concept, and then it was conceptualized, and then the technology was taken to the field and then was scaled. And it started about 20 years back with an idea whether it's really possible to develop staple food crops with higher micronutrients. So plant breeders, almost 40 years, in the last 40 years, all the way from the Green Revolution, we're focusing on what you call as high yield. Dr. Guha is a plant breeder, so he can tell you more about it. And the nutrition linkage was missing because nobody was asking for it. There was no demand. So in the last 20 years, people started talking about nutrition, and plant breeders started focusing on nutrition breeding. And biofortification is one part of the what we call as a big landscape of agriculture nutrition linkage. So I'll skip this, probably you know. So I'll start with this. Biofortification started with an idea that is it really possible to combat malnutrition? And as you all know that there are more than 2 billion people who are suffering from different aspects of malnutrition. More than that, there is also a socio-economic challenge of what the income loss or the GDP loss in a country. World Bank puts it up close to about $10 billion lost. And more than that, globally, it's about $1 trillion lost due to malnutrition. So I'll start with food systems. We have been discussing about food systems. So what is a food system? The bigger ecosystem of food system starts with the whole value chain, all the way from the production, consumption, value chain, and taking it to the consumers. So the whole value chain of food system is where we have been focusing on. Earlier today, everybody talks about food system. How do we make the food system more nutritious? And still there is a gap in the food system. One is the gap in terms of calories, and the gap in terms of nutrition. The other bigger challenge that you all must be aware about is the climate change. And the data and the research over the years have established that due to the climate change, there is a reduction in the micronutrient content of some of the staple food crops. That is especially rice, wheat, maize. And the researchers have established that there's a reduction in terms of iron, in terms of zinc, in large staple food crops. So that remains also a bigger challenge for the next 15, 20, 30 years as we are growing food system challenges. So as we were listening in the last, the whole day, that the ideal strategy remains as diversified food diets. But the bigger challenge is that diversified, cost-effective foods diet still remains a challenge to major populations in the country or in the developing countries. And as you all know, the interesting interventions like fortification, supplementation has been in the market for many years. The last puzzle that we have been working is on biofortification. So what is a biofortification? Biofortification plant breeders work together to improve the micronutrient content of the staple food crops. Now, Harvest Plus has been focusing on iron, zinc, and vitamin A because that's the larger micronutrients which are limiting in the diets of the poor people. And the plant breeders, when they develop varieties, they also look into the consumer trait, that what do the farmers look for? For example, a bajra that you want to take it to Rajasthan, the consumer preference would be a different in terms of color than a bajra that you want to take it to Maharashtra because they like grayish color grain. So the consumers, the plant breeders look into that what is the consumer trait that they look for. Some of the plants, some of the areas they like tall plants. Some of them they want something like a medium short plants. The plant breeders look into that. And the beauty of biofortification is that is an evidence-based strategy, which has been proven that when consumed on a daily basis, it makes a measurable impact on the human population. The advantage of biofortification is that it starts from a rural area. It starts from the villages where the farmers grow and farmers eat it. That was the primary premise where the biofortification started, that farmers grow and farmers eat it. It's a cost-effective strategy because once the seeds are developed, then it stays in the seed value chain. And it remains sustainable because it's in the seed value chain. Farmers can take it, farmers can save the seed, and farmers can grow it. So I'll just briefly get into how are biofortified crops developed. And the nutritionists and plant breeders, socio-economists, they work together to understand the large deficiencies of where the malnutrition prevails. And then the plant breeders go back to the seed bank, or they identify the germplasm, and they look at that, is there any variability of micronutrients in the germplasm? For example, if you were to look at, let me give you an example of pearl millet. If there is a variability of micronutrients in the germplasm from a 20 ppm all the way to close to about 120 ppm. So that's called variability. And if there is a variability of the micronutrients in the germplasm, then the plant breeders can take up these lines which are higher in micronutrients, and they can start crossing and developing varieties. If there is no variability in the germplasm, then the challenge is that you cannot develop varieties with higher micronutrient. So once these varieties are developed, then the nutritionists come into scene and they test these varieties for the efficiency. They develop a baseline, and baselines are developed. They look at what are the losses was while processing, while consuming, and once that is they are identified, they develop a baseline. And once from the baseline, what is the micronutrient that need to be increased in order to get a human impact? So that's a longer process of developing. So we call biofortification as an interdisciplinary approach where sociologists, agronomists, plant breeders, economists, nutritionists, they all work together. And once these varieties are developed and released, then marketing extensionists, they'll have to work together to scale this in the communities. So biofortification makes sense because, as I mentioned before, because it is cost effective. You're not changing any food habits. All you are doing is switching these varieties. There is only varieties which are vitamin A varieties. For example, sweet potatoes, probably you all know, which are rich in vitamin A. Now, what happens in that case is that it turns orange in color. But iron and zinc crops, they are invisible. That in a sense, they look all the same. So there's an advantage, there's a disadvantage in certain cases. For example, in Africa, where some of the countries where we are working, which is a white maize consuming country, and you want to introduce an orange maize there, you need to spend a lot on communication and behavior communication, talking to the mothers, children, to make them understand why orange and how important it's in terms of nutrition. But at the same time, when you're working for a zinc rice or a zinc wheat or iron pearl millet, it looks invisible. So as earlier speakers were mentioning, so if you have to develop a traceable supply chain, you need to work on the last mile activities, you need to work on branding, you need to work on certain technology by which you can analyze and make sure that these varieties have a consistent amount of micronutrients. So there are advantages and there's a disadvantage when it comes to visible and invisible trade. So Harvest Plus has been working for the last 20 years. We work with the partners in order to create initial supply. We are a catalyst organization. We work with the private sector, public sector, FPOs, in order to, how do we create an ecosystem to create a consistent supply of seed. We work with governments. We work with the Indian Council for Agriculture Research. At the same time, we also work very closely to create a demand for biofortified crops. At the same time, at Harvest Plus, we are particularly conscious that policy remains a big lever in order to create demand for biofortified crops. So we have been working also on the policy side. At the same time, developing an ecosystem for biofortified crops also is very important. How do we create institutions which can take lead in biofortification? So Dr. Howdy Boyce, 20 years back, he came out with this idea that is it possible to improve the micronutrients of the staple food crops? So when he started with an idea, it was just an idea, that there were three questions were asked, that is it really possible to develop staple food crops with higher micronutrients? Now, before I start, Harvest Plus has been working only on staple food crops, that is rice, wheat, some of the crops that I'll show you. For one primary reason is that the rural communities, they eat large quantity of staple food crops compared to vegetables, proteins, animal protein, vegetable protein. So Dr. Howdy Boyce felt that if you can change the staple food crops, it can make a huge impact to the community. So that's how Harvest Plus still has been focusing on staple food crops. We have a partnership with ICR. ICR works with a broader range of crops. So there were three questions we asked. Is it really possible to breed staple food crops with micronutrients? The second question was that if the crops are developed, will it really can have a human impact? That is, the increase in the micronutrient, will it be bioavailable? The third question by the stakeholders were that will farmers ever adopt these crops? After almost 20 years, we celebrated 20th year last year. Close to about 440 biofortified crops have been developed in Asia, Africa, Latin America, all put together, close to about a 40 country. I am very happy to let you know the ICR is a leader in biofortification research. More than 130 varieties of biofortified crops have been released. And these are some of the crops that Harvest Plus focuses on. The crops which are rich in iron are bajra, pearl millet, and iron beans. Iron beans are largely focused in Africa. It's like a kidney bean, like a rajma. And all these crops that we are focusing are staple food crops where people eat in large quantity, anything between 150 grams to close to about 200 grams. So as I mentioned, biofortification works because people eat large quantities every day. So all these crops are major staple crops for different countries. Some of them are for Africa, some of them for Asia, and some of them for Latin America. So one of the major game changer for those of our plant breeders was developing a technology that can analyze micronutrients cost effectively, and it can provide a high throughput. So when the program started with the petri dish, and now we have a very advanced technology which is called XRF, X-ray photospectrometer. This particular machine is used for in the mining industry to test the micronutrient. But our association with Flinders University in Australia, we have been able to calibrate it and bring it for plant breeding. And this, I would say, is a game changer, where plant breeders, variety development takes about 8 to 9 years. So in the 9 years, plant breeders have to accept which lines, which variety. This is the machine which can do it, and very cost effective. And we have this machine. We have been supporting our partners, especially those who are into plant breeding. We help the private sector and the public sector so that the private sector will have an idea that in their germplasm, what is the variability of the micronutrients. So they can pick and choose these lines for, that helps in improving the efficiency of the plant breeding. So nutrition study, which is very critical, a proof of concept for accepting biofortified crops. In the last 20 years, more than 150 peer-reviewed papers have been published, which establishes that these crops are highly efficacious in nature. In India, we have done 2 micronutrient biofortified nutrition study, one in Maharashtra in collaboration with Cornell and SNDT University, and the other one was for zinc wheat, and this was done by ETH and St. John's and University in India. And likewise, there are multiple nutrition studies have been done globally. So Harvest Plus in Asia, we work in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and we work in Indonesia. And in Africa, we work in about 6 countries. And each focus on different part of the staple crops that we have been focusing on. And so how do we scale biofortified crops? We focus on a couple of pillars to focus on to scaling biofortified crops. So we start with what is called as initial research and development. So first few years have been all research and development. How do we collaborate with partners in order to develop biofortified crops? And once these biofortified crops are developed by the particular research organization, then how do we work with a different set of partnership to scale in terms of seed production, in terms of communication? How do we work with that? And I would say the bigger challenge of any agriculture technology is creating awareness about the benefit of biofortified crops. So we work with a large set of organizations, private sector, public sector, KVKs, state agriculture universities, FPOs, and in order to create awareness about biofortified crops. And once that is done, we have been looking at multiple ways. The surplus that a farmer on the farm, how can be connected to the market? And that's very critical to incentivize a farmer that there is a demand for biofortified crops. So we work across the value chain, as I was mentioning, and the initial, I would say 10 years, has been focusing on the primary pathway, developing variety, seed multiplication, and the farmers grow and farmer eat it. And that was the initial focus of it. And some of the states that we work are Bihar, UP. We work in Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Punjab, and Haryana, about 6 states. And our focus has been working with 4 major crops: rice, wheat, pearl millet, sorghum. And we have started testing some of the orange flea sweet potatoes and some of the kidney beans, high-end kidney beans. So as I mentioned, policy is a key lever, and that can accelerate the demand for biofortified crops. The Honorable Prime Minister endorsed biofortified crops a couple of years back, and he mentioned that not only farmers grow, farmer consume, but how it can be integrated into the large food and nutrition programs in the country. ICR has come out with a kind of a regulation now, with in pearl millet, that any crop, it's not for any crop, new varieties of pearl millet, which need to be released for cultivation, should have a minimum micronutrient of 41 ppm of iron and 36 ppm of zinc. So this is probably the first time a global micronutrient standard for a crop has been developed. We collaborated with ICR, ICRISAT, and this particular micronutrient standard has been developed. And we have collaborating with other ICR centers to develop micronutrient standard for the crop. So that would mean that the micronutrient standard will be mainstream, and the stakeholders will start investing on plant breeding, because any new variety that they need to develop, that should have a minimum micronutrient. And apart from that, ICR also has come out with a new regulation that the large frontline demonstration that ICR does, almost 10% of the demonstration should be biofortified varieties. So that's a major, from a policy standpoint. We have a large program in Bihar where the Chief Minister's subsidy program, 50% of the subsidy is available for zinc wheat, which is being sold by the Bihar State Seed Corporation, BRBN. So I know there are more policy interventions that need to be developed, but these are some of the policy interventions for biofortified crops, which helps to create more awareness and to scale and create demand. And these are some of the marketing activities that we have done through our partners. We start with a market research to understand the insight of the consumers. Are there any barriers? And depending on that, we work on communication activities. We work with mini kit trials, that is pilot demonstrations. And then once that is done, we work with farmers participatory variety trial. We'll bring in farmers together and we ask the farmers to decide which varieties are good and which varieties looks good for them. And then we give them pilots and demonstration, which they grow along with the varieties that they have been growing, so that they can be a judge for these performance of these varieties. We also work with the private sector where we leverage their point of sale, their retail outlets for communication and for other activities. Because as you know, those of you are from that area, that farmer nearest point of contact is a retailer in the village. So he has a power to make him decide which varieties he should grow. So he gives he's an important person in terms of farmer to make a decision for him. So we have been working with some of our partners in order to train retailers, distributors about the benefits of biofortified crops. And this is something that we have been working with in UP, Bihar for zinc wheat. And we engage farmers meeting. We focus on communication and we have smaller meetings, very large meetings. We also work with mobile vans where farmers who live in remote areas. We also have been, this is a case study that we worked with Jivika in Bihar. We worked with close to about a 30,000 women farmer, and we started engaging with them to give a capacity building program for developing good quality zinc wheat seed so that it can become a livelihood for these farmers. So the initial is that they develop good quality seed and they start selling it within the network. And we also worked with them is how to aggregate this seed. And we worked with 2 FPOs so that, as Dr. Guha was mentioning, to that zinc wheat atta they develop and they take it to the market. Jivika has its own retail outlets. It's called Green Delight Store. And they start retailing it through the Green Delight Store. So this is one of the case study that we have been working with Jivika. And apart from that, you know, biofortified crops also, some of these varieties are climate resilient crop. So in Odisha, we worked with the UNDP, the Enhanced Resilience for Indian Coastal Community. And we have tested paddy seed, which are biofortified, 2 years in 4 landscapes in Odisha. We worked with the climate resilient program of the Bihar government. We also had collaborated with Atal Bhujal Yojana, where climate resilient varieties were provided to the farmers, especially in the areas where semi-arid areas where these crops could be grown. So we have been working at various landscape in order to create demand for biofortified crops. We also started a pilot on regenerative agriculture in Bihar, where we trained about 250 farmers, and we need additional funds to scale this program. So we have been looking at how do we scale regenerative agriculture, which could be a part of the larger landscape of biofortified crops. So apart from that, Harvest Plus also has a school meal program, and we work with about 4 partners, and we work in Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and in the last 3 years, we have touched about 1 million meals in all the 3 states, and we have been providing nutritious value-added products. The breakfast, first part of the breakfast, we have touched about 1 million children up at this point of time, and we are in the process of scaling up the school mealing program. And these meals are developed through the biofortified crops. And the whole idea is that how do we connect the local production to the school meal program. So under the value chain, in the last 10 years of our program, we understood that there is a lot of surplus after the farmer consumes it. So we had a very focused program called commercialization of biofortified crop. How do we connect the surplus of the farm to the market. We still need a lot of investment and a lot of to scale these particular farm to the market program. But if you were to look at these figures in India, the food drivers are changing. The urban food drivers are changing. People are looking for healthy and nutritious food. And there's a lot of scope where biofortified crops can fit into this particular landscape. And we are looking at, we believe that there is a value proposition at the processing stage, at the retail, and also at the last, at the consumer stage. And we have started working with a couple of flour mills in order to create a value chain for zinc wheat and for pearl millet, biofortified pearl millet. So apart from that, we have worked with the British Standard Institute to develop a publicly available standard so that it could be very helpful to the value chain actors to, to make them understand what is a biofortified crop. And we have been working with FSSAI, and we need to still engage in order to develop a biofortification standard. So that could be very helpful for all the value chain players. So these are some of the examples of the value-added products that have been developed in different countries. India, we have started with the zinc wheat atta in Punjab. But apart from that, if you were to look at Bangladesh and Africa and some of the countries like Nigeria, Rwanda, where different value-added products have been developed so that, it incentivizes farmers to grow more so that because there is somebody who can buy and procure and create the last mile activities. So we have been working with a lot of stakeholders here to develop the last mile activities, which is still, there are gaps, as I mentioned earlier. So in the last 20 years, our focus, as I mentioned, was how to strengthen the seed system. And last 20 years in Asia, we almost like 1,23,000 tons of biofortified seed is produced by major stakeholders. I'm very happy to let you know that zinc wheat, close to about 50,000 tons of zinc wheat is produced now by different stakeholders, private sector, public sector, FPOs. So it needs to be developed. As Dr. Guha was telling, there's a lot of demand for good quality seed, and we still need to find out ideal good models where we can, where the stakeholders can develop seed, and there's a consistent demand so that there's a consistent production of biofortified seed. So in the last 20 years, close to about 103 million smallholder farmers grow biofortified crops globally. And that's close to about 350 million people benefit from biofortified crops. India, about 3 million farmers grow in 6 states, closely reaching about 15 million people benefiting from biofortified crops. And these are some of the partners that we work, some of my international centers, seed companies, private sector, state agriculture universities. I'm very happy to let you know that when the program started, we had collaborated with ICMR in order to create the design of nutrition studies. So I'll stop here, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take up. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks to Sudhir has left already, I think. Thanks to Chitor and Binu for this lovely presentation. In fact, I would say this is a kind of a master class. Yeah, I have seen very few nutrition workshops or seminars which covers this diverse range of topics, starting from anthropometry, looking into policies, experiences from various states, and ending with finally food systems and climate resilience agriculture, because this is an upcoming area. This has a lot of relevance in today's world, we need to know because all of these systems, as you could see from what the speakers were talking about, they are interrelated. इसके साथ एक दूसरे के साथ लिंक है. I mean, खाना diet diversity के बात हम कह रहे हैं. Nutrition में one of the major things which we talk about is diet diversity, eating more natural foods, which will prevent you getting all those diseases which Shubhendu was mentioning on the day one, all your NCDs, your elevated elevated markers and all those. So how do you get it? So at the end, we heard 3 presentations which gave us the thought or the ideas how to get access to nutritious food and who grows those nutritious foods. Probably time has come for all of us. One of the points I would take from what both Chitor and Binu were mentioning in terms of convergence and looking at nutrition in its whole holistic perspective. Nutrition is not just about food, it is also about getting all those points, all those connecting all those dots, ensuring that the mother and the child in the household is able to get a nutritious food. So, having said that, if there are any questions, I don't know, all of you are probably very exhausted by the end of the long 5 days, but if
I
there
would
are
add
some,
one.
you
On behalf of, I think something can help that people would like to know from.
Yeah, yeah. So would you like to
I
ask
have
a
one,
question? Yeah,
one
please, please go ahead.
So two things that I would like to do, 3 things. I am thinking of these people are all, so these people are all in their early stage of career. Okay. So even some are masters, some are PhD, some are in their other public health department. So as you were telling that both the organizations are working for what you call this entrepreneurship, then you are also working with respect to research, and also you are working with respect to other areas where like policy, where these people can come up with a career. So can you please briefly tell them that how these people can see in their future Tata Trust is an organization where they can think of with respect to research, with respect to entrepreneurship, or with respect to your policy like things. And same, sir, I also request you to where these people have the scope to come up with Harvest Plus.
So I think quite good to know that you are in your area of trying to get into a career. I think first of the thing is not just that it's about Tata Trust or maybe Harvest Plus and things. This was just to give you an idea of exactly where you can find purpose. I think that's important. You would have come with some skill sets and education that you have built on. I think what even Shourav mentioned, the reality touch is important as to what exactly is the need. And then you can find organizations or your area of interest. If something, look at the problem statement. So if you find something that this is an area that needs attention, maybe use your way of thought. You may contribute to a research type of a career, getting into a research organization. There are public sector organizations, there are private sector organizations, there are non-government sector organizations, and then there are practitioners. Now, what ma'am also said about the livelihood mission, there's a lot of opportunity to try and lead from the front in making that transformational change on the ground. So through NGO partners that are working on these things, there may be nutrition theme work which is happening. There could be collective rural development theme works happening. There could be agriculture related thing works as well as health related thing works working. Now that's up to you. The opportunity is vast. I would not say that. It's up to you to drive yourself. May not be, some of the careers may not be very lucrative in terms of looking at the IT sector, which is in Bhubaneswar. So if that is the comparison, you may be on the wrong place. But that's something you have to decide. For me, if I can say, I never landed to this thinking at your stage that I will land here. My thing was my education took me stepwise into areas where I thought I could contribute, because my education being from agriculture moved me into research, where I try and looked at farmer related programs. When I said, and Dr. Shabandu, when introduced me, said I worked for the private sector industry, I felt that there was an opportunity of working on problems and getting supported by investments. Mr. Venu also talked about investments. The one side of it is through a government agency also you can do very good work. Uh, there are a lot of, if you are from Bhubaneswar, you will find out a lot of government agencies working here. You may be in Water Technology Center. There's an Indian Institute for Center for Women in Agriculture. So all many institutes are there. If you just Google it, you'll get. But the idea is what you are interested in, and then I think direct it that way. As a trust, we do have people working with us in the nutrition sector, in the health sector, which actually work in designing of programs, and also NGO partners on the ground who implement those programs. There are program managers, there are project officers, there are organizations like UNICEF also that works across the globe. So multiple opportunities are there. I would suggest what drives you most, try and get into that and take some topic. It may not be the same across your life career. It can start somewhere and then you keep building upon that. But taking a nice topic that interests you and you feel that you can every day get up and chase it, that's where I think will actually get you more satisfaction. So that is my advice.
Yeah, I'll just add to it. I completely agree with him. Yeah, so I would say that food system and the climate smart agriculture is something that is happening now. So there are a lot of research institutes that work on that. International Food Policy Research Institute in Delhi, ICRISAT in Hyderabad, and there are national, there's international career options. At the heart of everything is nutrition. I think so 20 years back, agriculture centers were not talking anything on nutrition. But I think so now every center, every research center has a nutrition. So when Harvest Plus started, I think it's only Harvest Plus started talking about nutrition. Nutrition was a strange subject for plant breeders. But today, after 20 years, nutrition is at the mainstream, at the center of everything. And then as entrepreneurship, as I mentioned, Dr. Guha was mentioning that there is a problem. And, seed system remains challenging. And there's a lot of opportunity for some of you are interested in entrepreneurship to start something of the seed. You go to anywhere in this country, a good quality seed remains challenging to available. You go anywhere, you travel any part of the country, good availability of a good quality seed is challenging. We have been working with Jivika for many years. So there is always an opportunity there. I think so more and more startups are coming, but I don't see anybody working on a seed or somebody was calling last week from IIT BHU, and they want to get to nutritious food market, and they want us to help them out. So there is a lot of happening that is happening. The other big thing that's happening is digital. So how do we link digital to agriculture and nutrition, which is a heart of everything. If you go to some of the international centers, there is a new platform called Big Data and Digital Platform. So I think so that's the future. Future of everything is digital, climate smart agriculture. Nutrition is happening, food systems are changing. So I think so that's something that I would like to talk about. Thank you.
Anyone has any? Yeah. I expect we have one participant who is help take some solutions like good. So please.
Very good evening to all. So my question is that as both of you told about food and seed systems, so I wanted to know that in Odisha, burger is one district is there. On one hand, burger is known as the rice bowl of Odisha. and the other hand it is known as the cancer capital of Odisha. So how to mitigate that problem in terms of food and seed?
So I don't know the reason behind why it would be there, but the point is, if you could relate to if the rice production system is very highly intensive, using a lot of synthetic pesticides, synthetic inputs and pesticides, that could be a reason to contribute to that, because the farmers that are growing that may be using that to a very high extent, getting exposed to that. Is the cancer coming from there? I don't know. Some study has to be done, right? Some researcher has to come up, say that if this is an incident, we have seen this happening in Punjab. There's a train that runs called Cancer Express from, I think, where in Bhatinda it goes to Mumbai, right? So things of that have affected, but the fact is that proper data and research needs to be done. What is the reason? Now there are ground contamination issues also. If you go to Assam, there is huge cancer happening. That's how Tata Trust has put around 13 cancer hospitals out there. These are things which are we are seeing now, but there may be a reason behind that which needs to be investigated and acted upon. The other way I would say is, in my presentation also we've said, we've tried to promote a regenerative way of agriculture, so that you can depend upon the natural bioresources that can be put as inputs and pest and crop protection. That can be one way of trying to reduce the dependency on synthetic chemicals, which could be less harmful to our food chain. So these are some of the approaches we are trying to do.
Yeah, exactly what you said, sir. Actually, these what your presentation and already there all those things have already discussed in how if we go in this all these natural thing as you discuss about and traditional things to be preserved and entered into the markets. I think those issues that we are seeing in Bargarh, where is a now a special cancer hospital is being developed by the state to look in. It's a only very small district, but a lot of patients are there. So it has not been explored very detail about, as you said, that it has to be looked into how so much cases are there. So that is first. Second, we have to look into if food has a role in that or not, then we can look into, yeah. Please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have two questions. I curious to know from Saurabh, sir. Actually, my question based on OLM. स्वाभिमान के ऊपर में क्वेश्चन है, जो कि पहले क्वेश्चन है कि हमारा उड़ीसा में जितने सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं, ट्राइबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट 12 या 13 अभी तो हैं, तो वो ट्राइबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हम स्वाभिमान के लिए अनुगुल और कोरापुट को चूज किए थे। तो वो टॉप 5 में 5 नंबर में आता है कोरापुट, और अनुगुल टॉप 5 में भी नहीं है। मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि वो दो प्लेस क्यों चूज किया गया था। और सेकंड क्वेश्चन है कि मैम जब वो रिपोर्ट दिखा रहे थे, वो रिपोर्ट आई थिंक 2019 यूनिसेफ बनाया था, वो रिपोर्ट मिड लाइन का स्वाभिमान के ऊपर में जो रिपोर्ट था, बहुत इम्प्रेसिव था वो रिपोर्ट, और वो बाहर में भी वो रिपोर्ट को एडमायर किया गया था। वो रिपोर्ट में एक चीज़ था, एबिलिटी टू मेक चॉइस एंड डिसीजन, वो जो वुमेन का होता है उसमें एक चीज़ है, adolescent girl who think that they can take decision regarding whom to marry। और इसमें अगर हम देखेंगे जो हमारा बेसलाइन और मिड लाइन में वो ड्रास्टिक चेंजेस है और डिक्लाइन है। तो उसके ऊपर में वो 2019 में वो रिपोर्ट आया था, अभी 2025 हुआ है, उसमें गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उड़ीसा एंड यूनिसेफ ने क्या वो काम किया है, थोड़ा उसमें जानना चाह रहा हूँ सर। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Very quickly, I don't want to take a lot of time. इसका जो पायलट हुआ था, पायलट 2 जगह में हुआ था, 2 ब्लॉक्स में हुआ था, जिसके बेसिस में वो असेसमेंट दिखाया गया। एक हुआ था कोरापुट सदर में, विच इज अ कंप्लीटली रूरल ब्लॉक, और एक हुआ था अनुगुल का पालोहरा में, पालोहरा विच इज अ पीवीटीजी ब्लॉक। ठीक है, तो पालोहरा का जो इंडिकेटर्स है वो काफी डिप्रेस्ड इंडिकेटर्स है, देयर आर लॉट ऑफ चैलेंजेस, तो इसीलिए वो 2 एरिया लिया गया था। रूरल एरिया में मेनली द सिस्टम स्ट्रेंथनिंग का काम हो रहा था, और पालोहरा बिकॉज इट्स अ पीबीटीजी ब्लॉक, उसमें सिस्टम स्ट्रेंथनिंग प्लस कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजेशन का जो एक्शंस था वो सारे हो रहा था। और ये थोड़ा सा डेटेड डेटा है। इसके बाद इंटरनेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ पॉपुलेशन साइंसेस इसका एंडलाइन इवोल्यूशन भी किया था। तो एंडलाइन इवोल्यूशन में वो जो बीच वाला है ना, उस पीरियड में आई थिंक देयर वाज इंसिडेंस ऑफ कोविड, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन। उसके बाद जो असेसमेंट हुआ, वी आई मीन थोड़ा सा कोऑर्डिनेशन में इश्यूज था, बट दैट इज अवेलेबल ऑन द साइट्स ऑल्सो। उसके ऊपर काफी 7 to 8 पेपर्स भी इशू हुआ है, जिसमें ये निकल के आया है कि एक्चुअली देयर areas of being able to influence has actually increased because of adolescent groups, because of Maitri Baitak, adolescent girls coming in, वो actually increase हुआ है। बट एक जगह में हम लोग बहुत फॉल्टर के हम कर नहीं पाए, वह इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ एडोलेसेंट बॉयज। देखो, सोसाइटी ऐसा है, दो पहियों में चलता है, ठीक है? खाली गर्ल्स के लिए, विमेन के लिए ऑल प्रोग्राम्स आर गर्ल्स एंड विमेन सेंटर। वी अंडरस्टैंड द रीजन ऑफ द वल्नरेबिलिटी इज वन ऑफ द एरियाज, बट चैलेंज क्या होता है, बहुत सारे घरों में इट इज द मेन हु टेक द डिसीजन। नॉट इन्वॉल्विंग देम इज एक्चुअली ensuring जो प्रॉब्लम में है उसको हम एम्पावर कर रहे हैं, जो ग्रुप प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर रहा है उसको हम अलग से रख रहे हैं। सो ये एक मेजर इशू है जो अभी तक वी आर ग्रैपलिंग इन, हाउ टू इन्वॉल्व मेन एंड बॉयज इन इश्यूज अराउंड न्यूट्रिशन फॉर विमेन एंड गर्ल्स। ये अभी भी चैलेंज है। सो एम्पावरमेंट एडोलेसेंट गर्ल्स के इंप्रूव हुआ है, बट फॉर एडोलेसेंट बॉयज ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। उसका दो मेजर कारण है। एक है फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स are mainly trained in counseling women. They do not know how to talk with adolescent boys and men. बहुत दिक्कत होती है, ठीक है? गलत मैसेजेस दिया जाता है जो फ्यूचर में इट एक्चुअली stands as a barrier towards improvement of women's nutrition. Thank you. I think I've been able to clarify your doubts. Thank you.
Good evening. So thank you for your insights, Dr. Guha. Actually, I do agree upon when you mentioned regarding the seed banks, right? So I feel seed is the medicine of our coming future, because seeds, and when we were discussing regarding the indigenous, tribes on the SIR's work as well, where I think if we, as if we take a collaborative approach, and when we are going for our surveys or anything for the communities, if we are encouraging them to hold up on the seeds that that have been indigenous to them, so that is how I think that is the first step of marking, preservation of the seeds, the nutrient aspect of it. And my major so I am a biotech student as well, so I understand the advancements of sir mentioning fortification, but the bioavailability aspect of it, and it gets I mean, at the grassroots level, the implementation also, we are incentivizing the farmers to be growing the zinc, as we are doing it in Bihar with zinc and wheat. So how is it helping them to preserve their indigenous crops or the seeds that if hope my question was it clear?
Just a moment. You were
Yeah.
speaking about two things. One
Yes,
is
sir.
preservation of the traditional seeds. The
Yes.
second is how to popularize biofortified crops.
Yes, and the bioavailability of the biofortified crops, because then again the absorption, because my I'm a clinical nutritionist as well, so the bioavailability is also a challenge, because we are investing in making the crops better, but if it's not getting utilized in the body, so yeah.
So your question is very valid. There's no straight answer to that. But let me put a perspective on that. When we talked about conservation of the local varieties, bioresources, if you looked at my data, it is actually happening in very far communities where their land is less. There's not commercial cultivation happening. But that doesn't serve our food security in the country, right? If you look at what is going into PDS system, where is it coming from? It's coming from the FCI. Where does FCI pull the grains from? is from the Punjab, Chhattisgarh, where larger farmers are doing in a bigger way. That's where even the private organizations or the public organizations are developing improved seed. Now, what Mr. Cherian also mentioned, plant breeding is a, actually it's nothing of a process that is doing something artificial. It's a natural evolution process. Man has just only tried to understand the science behind it and speed it up. When he mentioned for a plant breeder to produce a variety takes 8 to 10 years, and the investment around that, time, investment, effort, everything. In natural process, it would have taken even much more. Now the genetic sciences have gone so ahead to reduce that time and get the improved varieties faster, both in terms of yield. Earlier, it was trying to feed our stomach because if you remember, India was a begging bowl. We are in a stage today, we are actually driving exports. So we are in a very comfortable and very, I would say, fortunate situation to talk about these. But in this process, it has actually also reduced the genetic, we call it, the genetic diversity. Now that has challenges, that has risks of even the climate situation, the biotic evolution, which actually can create a bigger disaster when some insect pest damage happens. So all of that is also kept into perspective. But there is a diversity thought process which also is kept when we actually promote all of this. So both sides of your question are important. The approach should be where it is situationally important to put in practice. So that's, I think, the approach should be taken. We don't say that the local communities which are actually preserving the seed should move into everything into the biofortified or improved varieties, but there is a mix of both that has to play a part. So that would be. Yeah, so as I said, from our theme perspective, we don't get into those type of indicators. Our nutrition team does those type of indicator mapping, and they have been working very much on biofortified thing in the MAM and SAM programs for the country. But more so, it was not really through the seed mechanism. It was through artificially putting micronutrients on, which was run by the government. But Mr. Cherian can also add.
Bioavailability of the biofortified crops have been established for the crops that I have showed, and all the nutrition studies are available online. So if you want to just Google and find out, if you need something very special, let us know. We can just send you across. But most of things are available online. Or if you really want to, and then otherwise, if you want any special or anything paper that you're looking at, you can log into harvestplus.org, and there is a knowledge management section, and you can pull out anything you wanted. Thank you.
Generally, biofortified crops, see, it is about the crop itself. So you are introducing a couple of micronutrients into it. Generally, when they do it, they also look at the bioavailability. Okay, so as far as I know, as far as sweet potato and other biofortified crops are concerned, they have indeed studied the bioavailability of those crops, and yes, they can be absorbed within the body. But still, if you need any specific for any particular crop, for example, iron fortified, zinc fortified wheat, right? Zinc fortified wheat and others, you can actually globally there are three micronutrients which are supposed to be problem micronutrients. One is zinc, the other is calcium, and the third is iron. In whatever proportion you you kind of combine your diets, whatever you are eating, these three are globally problem micronutrients. अवेलेबल नहीं होता है, तो वो किसी तरीके से एडिशनली आपको ऐड करना ही पड़ेगा. Biofortification is a easy way of providing it. Others would be fortification, normal fortification and supplementation, which would have supply chain issues, because one is a medicine, supplementation would be medicine, the other would also require some supply chains going somewhere. Okay. Then millers, for example, rice fortification kar rahe hoge, to millers will be there who will have to receive those iron things to be added. pellets. They call it pellets to be added in the rice in a certain proportion. This is a much more natural, easier way to do it. I think we should.
I said we should go
And
for.
Shubhendu, you would open a WhatsApp group as well. You had
It's
mentioned.
already open.
So, already
All
open.
participants are there.
Okay.
We'll add to the
So, yes, so
experts with
please
their
take expert views. If they are okay, please add them.
We
And
can
if
add.
you guys have any questions, please. And as I mentioned, the YouTube links are already there. I hope all of you have got the YouTube links. So please view them whenever you have time. Those are, I would say, those are TED Talks, those are master classes. बहुत जगह में ये नहीं मिलता है. You are very fortunate, and thanks to Shubhendu for allowing all of you to come and take these master classes. Thank you.
So you people can also share those YouTubes also within your circle, and you can use those YouTube links for your further studies. And coming to this end of this session, I would request Akshay sir, please come forward. So we shall felicitated our two most esteemed guests. Okay. What make you so good? ଛାଡି କଣ ନଉଛୁ ସେଇଠି ତାକୁ ଯୋଉଠି ଯୋଉଠି So now I invite, kindly request Chitor sir, please come forward so that we can have a formalities. So thank you. Thank you. Sir, please have your. Yeah. So we shall have a photos of our photos with both the experts. So you people can come up forward. We shall have a photo. हाँ, ये एक बढ़िया तरीका है बोलने की निकलने के लिए वेरी इंसाइटफुल कैन आई लिव नाउ हाँ हाँ मैं बोल
Well,
ओके
नहीं दे पाएंगे, वो थोड़ा ऑफिशियल है।
वो सर सबका प्रेजेंटेशन